So I'd like to call the Thursday, June 7th, special meeting of the Police and Fire Commission to order. Roll call, Vice President Schaaf.
Here.
Commissioner Wansek. Here. Commissioner Boyle-Roloff.
Here.
And I'm President Rod Goldhahn. Also assisting the commission is Special Counsel James Calmy. We have our court reporter is Nan Casper. We're reconvening the hearing and the charges filed by Chief Smith against Officer Paul Sporl. There are no pending motions. We completed the testimony of two witnesses yesterday. We released the gallery and the attorneys and sides, and then the commission went into closed session, had some discussion about the evidence with our attorney, went back into open session and adjourned the meeting at roughly 6:30 yesterday afternoon. So at this point, we will reconvene the hearing. Again, this is an open meeting, but at times we may choose to go into closed session. If that occurs, I'll read the closed session statement. We'll do a vote, a roll call vote, and go into closed session. And then once that's completed, return to open session and commence with the rest of the hearing. So at this point, Attorney Calmy.
Julia.
Go ahead.
Do not usurp that honor.
He's Calmy, yeah, I get you guys mixed up.
We'll call Lieutenant Keith Gehring. Thank you.
Lieutenant Gehring, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You have an exhibit list and the charges there in front of you. You can refer to. Would you please state your name and spell it for the reporter?
Lieutenant Keith Gehring, G-E-R-I-N-G.
Lieutenant Gehring, who do you work for?
The Green Bay Police Department.
And in what capacity do you serve the Green Bay Police Department?
I am currently a lieutenant assigned to the Professional Standards Division.
And how long have you served as a law enforcement officer?
Approximately 16 years.
And how long have you served the city of Green Bay?
10 years.
And as a member of the Professional Standards Division, what type of work do you do for professional standards?
We conduct the testing for new candidates, the recruiting, the hiring through the hiring process, including the background investigations. We also do the training for the department and all the record keeping for that, as well as internal affairs complaints on major misconduct.
And how long have you served in the Professional Standards Division?
About 3.5 years.
And have you been involved in background checks of law enforcement officer candidates?
Yes, sir. Numerous.
And in what capacities are you involved?
I have conducted background investigations as well as reviewed the background investigations.
What does a background entail for a City of Green Bay Police Department law enforcement officer candidate?
It contains all the candidates' personal information, their history, as you will. It has their education background, their current past employers, places that they've lived. We do various forms of credit checks, either online or through the IRS. We talk to people that they know, spouses, husbands, wives, girlfriends, boyfriends. We also talk to law enforcement agencies that they may have applied to in the past, and if they worked at these agencies or were hired or weren't hired, and the reasons why. And we also check the criminal history record.
And what's the purpose for checking all of that information?
That is to verify if the candidate has the integrity to work for the Green Bay Police Department.
And when you're conducting a background examination, what are you looking for out of the candidate?
Honesty and integrity.
What is the reason that you're looking for honesty and integrity?
Because those are the core principles to being a police officer.
During the background process, does the city have the candidate assert that the information that they're providing is truthful?
Yes.
What's the purpose for doing so?
So that we can trust them if hired, that if anything arises, any discrepancy, whether it's during their normal job duties or in some type of investigation, that the information that they're providing us is truthful.
And what happens to a candidate who does not or refuses to acknowledge that duty to provide truthful information?
They would be removed from the process.
And if you're conducting a background examination and a candidate is found to not have been truthful during the process, what happens to that candidate?
They would be removed from the process.
Have you ever encountered that scenario?
Yes.
What happened?
The person was removed from the process. We did not hire them.
Okay. Now, do you make the decision to remove them from the process, or does someone else make that decision?
The ultimate determination is the chief of police.
Okay, so do you provide a recommendation to the chief of police?
We do, yes.
And you've done that in the past?
Yes,
Were you involved in the night shift investigation?
I was.
And to what extent were you involved?
I was one of the investigators that conducted that investigation, along with Lieutenant Allen and Lieutenant Wesley.
Okay. And were you involved in the investigation of Officer Sporl during the night shift?
Yes, I was.
Just going to that night shift investigation very briefly here. Have you watched those interviews of Officer Sporl from December 28 and January 29?
Yes, I have.
And have you watched them more than once?
Yes,
And have you reviewed the transcriptions?
I have.
And have you discussed those interviews with other members of the PSD?
Yes, I have.
And what conclusions did you reach as it relates to Officer Sporl's conduct during the December 28 and January 29 interviews?
That he was being untruthful, he was being evasive, and basically that he was trying to protect his friends.
Now, as it pertains to this investigation here involving the background, what initiated the investigation of Officer Sporl's background, as you understand it?
It was after the issuance of a Brady letter from David Lissay on July 26, 2017. And per our policy, 606 Brady, we were instructed by the chief of police to look at his background and any files relating to it.
Now, outside of this situation involving Paul Sporl, have you been involved in the reviews of background hiring process records of other employed personnel of the Green Bay Police Department following an internal investigation?
Yes.
And under what circumstances do you recollect?
I know that Mike Jeancourt, after a disciplinary hearing with him, and also Mike Ron. And it's pretty much standard practice that anybody that received discipline through the department, that we go back and look at some of their files.
Could you identify the document marked as Chief's Exhibit 15?
Yes, that's, excuse me, this is our report on the internal investigation into Paul Sporl's hiring process.
And just in general, you've already told us that the chief directed you to conduct this review of the process. What spurred this formal investigation?
When we were reviewing Officer Sporl's hiring process and background, there were red flags that appeared to us. One in particular would have been a traffic citation or a traffic incident that occurred in Hortonville in 2011.
All right, so that spurred a more formal investigation, is that the understanding?
Yes.
All right. And one of the things that the chief has done is we've withdrawn allegations related to the Dallas Police Department. So I'd ask today that you not provide any information regarding that issue, as we have asked that the commission consider nothing pertaining to that matter. Is that understood?
Yes.
Thank you. There is information in your report pertaining to the Dallas Police Department, correct?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Again, I'd ask that you just not refer to that info in any of the documents. As it pertains to this report, and as it pertains to your investigation of Paul Sporl, did you participate in the creation of this report?
Yes, I did.
And did anybody else assist you in the creation of this report?
Yes, Lieutenant Wesley and also Lieutenant Allen.
Now, I want to start out from when you began your investigation of Paul Sporl after receiving the directive from the chief. What do you recall doing as part of that investigation? What did you do to start out the review pursuant to the Brady policy?
I went back into his background file contained within our internal affairs records and reviewed not only his background report, but any documents that pertaining to it that included audio and video recordings security interviews, our personal evaluation profile testing, and any subsequent follow-up interviews that were conducted with him. Any correspondence, I believe, that was had between Paul Spurl and Lieutenant Ramos, who conducted the background, and anybody else that he contacted, other agencies or people, references of Officer Spurl's.
You had mentioned, I think it was a personnel profile. What is that?
That is, it's online testing that all of our candidates go through. I believe it's a 180-question survey that evaluates, basically a candidate's basic values or core values.
Okay. And were there any interviews that you'd reviewed?
Yes.
Of Paul Spurl, excuse me.
Yes,
Any
there
interviews
were.
of Paul Spurl?
The initial security interview with Lieutenant Ramos, and then some follow-up interviews that were conducted afterwards.
Is it common for the background investigator to have follow-up interviews?
It is. Depending on the information that is found out during the security interview, there may be information that we have to track down as investigators and do follow-up on. We may bring them back in, ask them questions, determining, or based on the determinations that were made from those follow-ups.
What is a security interview?
The security interview is a one-on-one interview with a potential candidate with the Professional Standards Division. And it's the basic questions that we ask about the candidate's history.
Who conducted Paul Spurl's security interview?
It was Lieutenant Ramos and Officer Eric Diego.
Okay. And were there follow-up interviews of Paul Spurl?
Yes.
And who conducted those follow-up interviews of Paul Spurl?
Lieutenant Ramos.
Okay. Now, does a candidate, as a law enforcement officer, complete a job application?
Yes, they do.
Did Paul Spurl complete a job application?
He did.
Okay. Looking at, if you could turn to tab 17. For the commission's purposes, you're going to see in many of these documents a lot of blacked out information. A lot of that's Paul Spurl's personal information that has no relation to this matter, hence the reason for blacking it out. Could you identify that document?
That is our City of Green Bay application for patrol officer.
Okay. And if you turn to the last page. Was this application signed by Paul Spurl?
I believe there's an electronic signature when you submit the application, yes.
Okay. Up above, excuse me, and near the bottom of the page, there's a paragraph that begins, "The following terms were accepted by the applicant upon submitting the online application." Could you read for us the paragraph for the record?
Sure. By clicking on the accept button, I hereby certify that every statement I have made in this application is true and complete to the best of my knowledge. I understand that any false or incomplete answer may be grounds for not employing me or for dismissing me after I begin work. I understand that I will have to produce documentation verifying identity and employment eligibility in the U.S. I understand that I may be required to verify any and all information given on this application. I understand that this completed application is the property of the City of Green Bay and will not be returned. I understand City of Green Bay may contact prior employers and references. I understand that I must notify the Human Resources Division of any changes in my name, address, or phone number.
All right. And that was acknowledged by Paul Spurl?
Yes.
Very good. Could you turn to page, it's going to be the third page of the document. Question 7. What does question 7 require of the candidate?
This is list all instances in which you were convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, felonies, ordinance violations, traffic violations, and the like.
Okay.
Also,
Did Paul Spurl acknowledge to you that he was pulled over for what you would term to be the Hortonville incident?
yeah, it's listed as excessive speeding in Allegheny, but yes.
Okay. In your mind, is Paul Spurl being deceptive here by identifying it as being Outagamie County?
No.
Did you treat it as deception on his part?
No.
Okay. So he told you folks from the beginning that he had an excessive speeding citation, correct?
Yes.
Back in 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Could you identify the next document, which is Exhibit 18?
That's the City of Green Bay Patrol Officer Background Questionnaire. It's our standard questionnaire that we have applicants fill out.
Okay. Now, on this document, is the candidate given instructions as to how they are to complete this document?
Yes, at the top.
And what are those instructions?
Type or print clearly in black ink. Answer all questions that apply to you. If a question does not apply to you, state with NA. If the space available is insufficient, use a separate sheet and precede each answer with the number of the reference block. Do not misstate or omit material facts since the statements made herein are subject to verification to determine your qualifications for employment. Exaggerated, false, or misleading statements are cause for rejection or dismissal. Answer all questions accurately and completely. Sign the questionnaire in the presence of a notary public.
All right. Now, within this document itself, please turn to page 6. There's section 23A. It says, list below all traffic convictions. Did Paul Sporl disclose an excessive speeding citation?
Yes.
And could you identify the location?
Greenville, Wisconsin.
Again, did you treat that, because his citation was not in Greenville, correct?
No, it was in Hortonville.
Did you treat that as deception by Paul Sporl?
No.
Okay. Could you turn to page 12? Is this Paul Sporl's signature to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And this was signed in front of a notary?
Yes, Elizabeth Miller.
Okay. And for the certification that's identified there, is that the same certification that you've identified in your investigative report on page 2?
Yes.
Based upon this information that Paul Sporl is asserting, do you believe it's fair to say that a candidate is told that they have to be truthful, honest, and complete during the hiring process?
Yes.
Could you identify the documents in Exhibit 19?
Yes, this is our security interview questions that we ask candidates.
All right. So on the bottom, this says page 1 of 19. Now, here we have only 2 pages in here. There's 1 of 19 and 19 of 19.
Correct.
What is this information that's on the first page of the document?
This is the standard admonishment that we read to every candidate prior to the security interview, which is basically telling them that they need to be open, honest, and truthful about everything.
Okay. And is this the language that you incorporated into your report?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed Paul Sporl's security interview?
Yes.
And was an admonishment of this nature read to Paul Sporl during that security interview?
Yes, by Lieutenant Ramos.
Okay. Could you turn to this next page of the document? What is this document here?
This is the final kind of signature stating that the applicant, that all of the answers to the questions that were asked were true and accurate.
Okay. And what is the candidate asserting if they are found to have engaged in false statements?
That they can be rejected.
Okay. From this standpoint, did Paul Sporl sign this document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want the commission to have a good understanding what a security interview entails. What happens at the very inception of the security interview?
When a candidate is brought in for their, we call it pre-employment interview, a security interview, they initially take the personal evaluation profile test. After completing the test, they're given their original job application and background questionnaire. Then they're given a red pen to make any changes or corrections or additions to basically their background packet at that time. It's basically one last opportunity for them to include any new information or any information that was left off originally from the application. After that is when we conduct the one-on-one interview with the candidate.
What happens at the end of the one-on-one interview with the candidate?
They sign that they actually sign the document that we use, the questions that we ask, basically stating that the information that they gave was true and accurate.
Now, in this situation, was Paul Sporl instructed to engage in this red pen correction process?
Yes,
And did he engage in the red pen correction process, to your knowledge?
I believe so.
Okay. And nothing out of the ordinary, do most candidates do that?
Yes.
All right. As it pertains to the interview itself, you turn to Exhibit 20. You simply identify what Exhibit 20 is as noted. And it may be that this is a recording.
Yes, that's what I have.
Yeah. The security interview is marked as Exhibit 20 for the commission if they wish to watch it. We'll note later on a timestamp that you may note for purposes from that standpoint. In order to save the commission 2.5 hours, since most of the security interview is not relevant, we have no intention of playing that portion of the interview. All right. During the July 13, 2015 security interview, was the Hortonville traffic incident discussed between Lieutenant Ramos and Officer Sporl?
No, it wasn't.
Now, I want you to turn back to your report in Exhibit 15. I'm looking at the bottom of page 3 of your report. This is under the heading Background and Security Interview of Paul Sporl. Near the bottom, there's a sentence that begins, Paul Sporl was then asked the following questions. Could you read that statement and those questions and answers?
Yeah, Paul Sporl was then asked the following questions with his accompanying answers. Before we begin, do you have any questions? And his answer was no, sir. Have you had the chance to review your application and background packet? The answer was yes, sir. Have you double-checked it for accuracy and made any appropriate changes in writing? And his response was yes, sir.
Okay. Then there's a next question that begins, have you ever lied to a police officer? Was that question asked during the interview?
Yes.
Is that a standard question?
It's a standard question that we ask.
And what was Paul Sporl's response?
Yes, sir. Speeding, I think. Why are you speeding? I think I made something up.
And do you recall the information that he provided to Lieutenant Ramos as to what situation, what those circumstances were?
Yeah, he responded that it was a time he was 17 or 18.
For the commission's purposes, that information is at the 1 hour, 30 minute, and 33 second mark. It's about a minute and 4 second clip if you want to watch it. Now, was Paul Sporl 17 or 18 years old when the Hortonville incident occurred?
I don't believe so.
As it pertains to the Hortonville incident itself, have you reviewed the Hortonville report?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn to page 4 of your report? There's what appears to be an excerpt of the Hortonville police report. Is that your understanding to be a true and accurate excerpt of the report
Yes.
with the highlighting included?
Yes.
Okay. After you watched the security interview, did you watch the follow-up interviews involving Paul Sporl?
Yes.
And at this point, had you read the Hortonville report?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to those follow-up interviews that Lieutenant Ramos had with Paul Sporl, did they discuss the Hortonville incident?
Yes, they did.
When you reviewed the follow-up interviews, did you come to any conclusion as it relates to the information Paul Sporl provided to Chad Ramos, Lieutenant Chad Ramos, as compared to the information in the Hortonville report?
Yes, that there were inaccuracies with what was in the written report and Officer Spurl's recollection of the event.
Were you able to confirm that Lieutenant Ramos had actually received the Hortonville report?
Yes, it was in his background file.
Okay. And he also referenced it during the follow-up interviews, correct?
Correct.
So he knew of the Hortonville incident?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm whether Lieutenant Ramos had done any follow-up involving the Hortonville incident other than speaking with Officer Sporl?
Yes, I believe there was an interview that was conducted by Captain Balza of the Professional Standards Division with Lieutenant Ramos. Already indicated.
Let me ask my question. Were you able to confirm whether Lieutenant Ramos engaged in any follow-up of the Hortonville incident after speaking with Officer Sporl? Did Lieutenant Ramos do any further work
No, I'm sorry, no.
on the matter?
No.
Let me ask the question. Did Lieutenant Ramos do any further work involving the Hortonville matter after speaking with Officer Sporl? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he follow up with the officer?
No, not that I know of.
How do you know that he didn't follow up with the officer?
Okay, because there was an an interview that was conducted by Captain Balls of the Professional Standards Division, where he asked him if he had contacted the officer, and he said no.
Okay. Ask Lieutenant Ramos.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, could you turn to Exhibit 21? Could you identify that document?
This would be the Hortonville report.
Okay. Have you reviewed this report previously?
Yes.
And did you actually obtain a copy of this report?
Myself and Lieutenant Wesley did, yes.
Okay, why did you obtain a copy of the report?
Because we wanted the complete report to include any evidence that may have been gathered at that time, and also a copy of the actual citation.
Now, you indicated that you were attempting to gather evidence gathered at that time. What evidence were you trying to gather?
Video recording or any video, in-squad camera video of the incident.
Okay. And what did you do to obtain that squad video? Or to attempt to obtain that squad video?
We went to the Hortonville Police Department in person.
Okay. And were you able to obtain the squad video?
No, we did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you weren't able to obtain it?
Yeah, they looked for it and couldn't find it, and I believe they said that that because they had moved to a new building, that it may have been misplaced or lost.
Okay. All right. I want you to turn back to page 4 of your investigative report.
Which exhibit was that?
Exhibit 15. As you understood it when you reviewed this incident, the report, absent any further follow-up, when you reviewed the Hortonville report, what stood out in your mind as to what Officer Sporl engaged in from a conduct standpoint on that date of August 24, 2011?
That they were speeding, at going 70 to 73 miles per hour, and that when the officer activated his lights, that all three motorcyclists, as they were riding in a group, approximately a car and a half length apart, looked back at the officer, observed him, and then the two motorcycles in the front sped away at a high rate of speed. And then it was confirmed by the third rider that was in the back after being stopped. Can I read from here?
To your recollection.
To my recollection?
Yeah.
That he agreed with the officer's recount of it, that the two front motorcyclists had looked back and observed him and then sped away.
Okay. Was there any interaction with Paul Sporl between the officer and him?
Yeah, I believe he contacted him by phone that night.
And what was your understanding, based on the information provided in the report, as to what happened in that discussion with Paul Sporl and the law enforcement officer?
Officer Sproul admitted that he had seen the officer in his rearview mirrors, and that he thought he was only pulling over his friend.
Did the officer note that there were any sort of conflicting statements that Sporl had given to him?
The officer actually had told, I believe, had told Sproul that he reviewed his in-squad camera video of the incident, and that he observed all three of them look at him and then slow down, and the front two motorcycles speed away.
Okay. When you reviewed this report, is there anything that stood out to you from a charging standpoint as to the type of conduct that was engaged in by Officer Sporl?
Yes, that obviously there was an attempt to flee and elude the officer.
Is that a serious offense?
It is. It's a felony in Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, the charging decision as to whether somebody's charged, is that a discretionary decision?
Yes.
Okay. So the officer doesn't have to charge the person with a felony. They may.
They may, yes.
Okay. In your mind, somebody driving 70 to 73 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, is that a serious issue?
Yes, it is.
For a law enforcement candidate, is that a serious issue?
A very serious issue.
Can you explain why?
Because traveling at those speeds, you not only endanger yourself, but the public. And obviously, in this case, the officer, had he engaged in a pursuit.
Okay. I'd like to play for the commission the two short statements from Paul Sporl as to what Paul Sporl said happened in this incident. It's important for the commission to understand Paul Sporl's side of the story and the information the PSD investigators had. Lieutenant Allen, will you prepare yourself accordingly? I'll tell you when to start. Can you identify the documents marked as Exhibit 22? Can you identify the documents marked as Exhibit 22?
It's a recording.
Okay. And if you need to look at the exhibit list, do you know what it's a recording of?
Not the exhibit list.
The exhibit list is in the front tab.
Very front page.
Yeah.
August 10, 2015, telephone interview with Paul Sporl, Lieutenant Ramos.
And have you listened to that recording before?
Yes.
And is that a document that's kept by the Professional Standards Division?
Yes.
Who is that discussion between?
Paul Sporl and Lieutenant Ramos.
Okay, could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 23?
Yes, that's the August 11, 2015, in-person interview with Paul Sporl and Lieutenant Ramos.
Okay. For purposes of the commission, Lieutenant Gehring, who is that interview between?
Paul Sporl and Lieutenant Ramos.
And have you listened to that previously?
Yes.
And is that kept by the Professional Standards Division?
Yes.
And is that also, those records also part of Paul Sporl's background file?
Yes.
For purposes of the commission, there are 3 vignettes of the August 11 recording that you're provided because it's 3 separate audio files. It's the 3rd file that we'll be playing momentarily. What I'd ask right now is if Lieutenant Allen can play the August 10 telephonic interview. This will start at the inception of the recording and go until about the 5-minute mark. And
You have your stuff. What do I have here for you? Oh, all right, one thing is I looked up, you got a unreasonable and prudent speed ticket back down in Hortonville, down in 2011. Okay, and I went and I read I asked for the ticket or whatever to read the back or the narrative or whatever, and apparently you were riding with maybe 2 of your other buddies. I think one of them was one of your roommates or whatever, or names I saw familiar.
Yeah.
And what is your take on that whole traffic stop? I mean, the officer paints a little bit of a different picture in terms of whether or not you knew he was trying to stop you or not, and I just want to get your take on that.
All right, yeah, my take on that, so we were riding, the 3 of us were riding together. One was a roommate, one was a good friend of mine. And the roommate of mine he wasn't as experienced a rider as us. So 2 of us were riding up front, so we were kind of like riding two of us up front, one of us kind of in back. All right, so the experienced driver was kind of in the back, just riding behind us, just kind of tailing along. We were just cruising, going for a little ride. It wasn't nothing crazy or anything like that. And came out of a stop sign and stopped at the intersection, came around a bend, and I had never ridden up in that area. And so I was kind of just following along with my one buddy who knew the area. And a police officer was sitting somewhere. I didn't even see him. I don't even know. And he pulled out behind my last buddy, so the buddy that was behind us two, about 20 yards or so, and pulled him over. And my buddy and I up front kept going. Okay, so he stopped with my friend, and then my buddy and I just kept going. And then I got a phone call later from the police officer saying that, you know, he got my license plate and was going to cite me for, you know, the speeding ticket or whatnot. So I didn't know, my buddy didn't know that he was trying to stop us two. He never pursued us two as far as, like, we know. He pulled behind my buddy, the third rider in the back, and pulled him over and gave him a ticket. So that's my take on it. And I mean, like I said, there's two of us up front, and he pulled behind my buddy in the back and pulled him over. So
He said he seemed to think that you knew, or that you guys had looked back at his buddy being pulled over, and he felt that you guys would have known that he wanted all three of you to stop.
I know. Like I said, I remember talking to the officer and whatnot, and you know, I told him that I didn't even see him. You know, like I said, I didn't even see where he was sitting, wherever. I didn't even see him until my buddy and I were already like down the road a little bit, and I looked in my rear view mirror and I saw him pulled behind my buddy. So there was no indication to me that he was trying to pull the front two, me and my other buddy Jesse, over. So for me, just in my perspective, I didn't think that he was trying to pull us over and stop us. So
he pulled your buddy over? Like, which one was that got pulled over initially?
Casey Smith. So Smither. Casey Smith, he was my roommate.
So Casey's pulled over. How far behind you is he that he pulls over, and that you don't see the lights? I mean, how far is he behind you that you don't see the lights in your side view mirrors at first?
Like I said, he was probably riding 20 yards or so behind us, but by the time I saw in the rear view mirror that he was pulled over by the officer, I don't know, I was a little bit down the road. That was how far.
I was waiting for you guys to come back.
Nope. Nope. Like I said, he never indicated that he was trying to pursue the front two of us. Like I said, he pulled right behind my buddy. By the time I even saw that the officer was even there, my buddy and I were already a little bit down the road. So, at that point, I didn't know if, he was citing him for trying to catch up and speeding or what. So I had no clue. And like I said, the officer called me because he got our plates, and we talked about it, and I explained the same thing to him. I didn't think that he was trying to pull me over and everything like that, or my buddy up front over. And so, I paid the ticket and everything like that.
What is it? The other thing I was going to ask you is Dallas PD or whatever indicated that you've been through.
Ben, would you play the August 11th third vignette? That one starts at 1 minute 35 seconds and runs
Once again, part 3 of
runs till about 6 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay. And another thing, this Hortonville whole incident with your motorcycles, and stuff, Paul, I just want to make sure I get a good sense of this incident, okay, from you, and that, again, this is 2011 we're talking, so that's 4 years removed, okay? What is it that you remember about that incident, and were you trying to elude the officer at all, or Tell me what you're thinking about that.
So, there's three of us riding. Two of us in front. Like, we were both, my buddy was more experienced than I was, but we were both pretty, okay riders. And buddy in the back. And he was like 20 yards behind us, okay? And that's just how we rode the whole trip, wherever we were going. He was just tagging behind us, okay? Come out of a stop sign, go around the corner or whatever, and like this is Hortonville, this is like my first time ever in Hortonville.
Did you think you were speeding?
I'm sure we were. I mean, I didn't know the speed on the road. It's not, but I'm sure we were, but I didn't think that we were like way over the speed limit. I didn't think that we were, buzzing around at crazy speeds or anything like that. My perspective, and from what I can remember, we were just cruising along. Like I said, we stopped at the stop sign, came out of the intersection, came around and started to go. And so in my opinion, in my recollection, I don't recall us just blasting around speeding. And then the officer, like I said, I didn't even see where the officer was, where he was sitting, but he pulled over my buddy in the back, and I saw in the rear view mirror that he was pulling over my buddy in the back, like 20 yards behind us, and by this time my buddy was slowing down, pulling over, and we were still riding. Looked in my rear view mirror, looked behind and saw that he was pulling my buddy over, and then me and my buddy just kept going.
Did he make any gesture for you to come back?
No. Not that I saw, no.
So your buddy pulled over you. Why is it that you didn't see him initially in terms of your side view mirrors and
Yeah,
trying to pull over? Or you only saw it once your buddy got pulled over?
Yep, when he was pulling my buddy over, that's when I saw it.
Okay.
So, and, when the officer called us later, my buddy and I that were up front, and, started saying, I got your license plates and, all this stuff, and, I'm gonna, charge you for excessive speed or whatever it was, and, I paid the ticket, excessive speed or whatever for it, and all that. I guess,
So were you eluding him at all?
in my opinion, no, but, that's when he kind of brings up the whole, I can cite you for eluding, he even said that, and I was like, well, why would you do that? No, you didn't pull over when your friend pulled over. And I was like, you're pulling, like, and me, 21 years old, whatever, just kind of all flushed by the situation. I was like, well, you're going to pull my friend over who's 20 yards behind us, but you didn't come after us. Why am I pulling over when my buddy pulls over and stuff? And so he was threatening with, I'll charge you with eluding and all this stuff and this and this and this. And, I was, 21-year-old, I was scared. And I was like, why would you do that? I wasn't getting pulled over. You were pulling my friend over. And so, in my opinion, I don't think we were eluding because he wasn't pulling us over. Did we keep going? Yeah, like I said, we kept going. But I guess there was no reason for me to intentionally elude a police officer. How many times, I've listed all my times I've been pulled over, traffic stops for this and that. I've never had an issue with that,
Okay.
So-
Yeah, that's one of the things I just wanted to verify and make sure as well, just because, the officer has, I don't know that he painted it necessarily that way, but I think he gave the impression that you guys knew your buddy was getting pulled over. Why would you guys stop with him?
Yeah.
He's your buddy, you don't want to leave him behind. You probably know you're speeding.
Yeah.
You probably know you shouldn't be speeding, but you know what? Hey, your buddy got caught. We didn't get caught. We're just leaving on our way, as opposed to, intentionally trying to elude him.
Yeah. Now, and, like I said, I just, that's the way I saw it, and that's, and I've never seen the report. I never saw the ticket. It was one of those things where fill it out, send it in, the money or whatever, send a check to whatever. So, obviously thinking back, on it, sure, could I have pulled over when I, saw him in the rearview mirror? I could have, yeah. But at the same time, like I said, he never made no gesture to pull us in front over, so I guess we didn't stop. And, and after that, I never saw, another squad car or anything, So,
Okay. That is it.
Lieutenant Garing, on August 10, Paul Sporl tells Lieutenant Ramos, "We were just cruising, going for a little ride. It was nothing crazy or nothing or anything like that." Based on the information that's in Officer Kleeman's report, you believe that this was just cruising, going for a little ride, nothing crazy like that?
No.
Could you explain why?
Because, again, having clocked him on the radar at between 70 and 73 miles per hour, that is not driving cautiously. That is driving recklessly.
On August 10, Sporl indicates that his buddy's about 20 yards behind him. And on August 11, he indicates that the buddy's about 20 yards again behind him, and that they rode that way the whole trip. Was that consistent with the information from Officer Kleeman's report?
No. He said, I believe in his report, that they were a car and a half length apart.
Is that 20 yards?
No.
It's 3 motorcycles, correct?
Correct.
Paul Sporl tells Lieutenant Ramos on August 11 that we weren't way over the speed limit, buzzing around or anything crazy. Is the speed they were going consistent with that type of statement, to your recollection?
No.
Officer Sporl indicates that he didn't see Officer Kleeman until his buddy was pulled over. Was that consistent with the information from Officer Kleeman's report?
No.
After reviewing the report, after reviewing those videos, what did you decide to do as a result of this review of the background file?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. After review of these recordings, after review of the Hortonville report, what did you or the PSD investigators decide to do as it relates to this incident and how you were going to address it?
We determined that further investigation needed to be conducted on this.
Okay. Now, how many backgrounds have you been involved in?
Numerous.
If there is an excessive speeding citation of this nature, what would you say is your normal practice?
We would ask them about it.
Ask who about it?
We would ask the candidate about it, but we would also make contact with the agency in which he received the citation and try to contact and talk to the officer that was involved.
Okay. And that didn't happen here, correct? In 2015?
No, it did not.
So, did you attempt to make contact with the officer?
We did.
Did you attempt to make contact with anyone else?
We actually we went directly to the Hortonville Police Department, and we made contact with the Administrative Secretary, Julie Shue.
Okay. Now, there's a Casey Smith that's referenced in the report. Did you attempt to make contact with him?
We did on several occasions, yes.
And were you ever able to make contact with him?
No.
Do you remember approximately how many times you tried contacting him?
It was probably 5 or 6 times.
And do you remember how you tried to contact him?
We tried to do it in person.
Okay. And what do you mean in person?
We actually drove, we had an address listed for him in an apartment complex in Oshkosh, and we went to his apartment complex several times.
Okay. Were you able to ever get a statement from Casey Smith?
No, we were not.
Okay. Were you ever able to make contact with Officer Kleeman?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Could you turn to Exhibit 25? Could you identify that document?
Yeah, this is a transcription of the interview I believe that was conducted with Chad Kleeman.
And what type of interview was this?
It was over the phone.
Okay. And were you participating in this interview?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And who did the primary questioning?
Lieutenant Wesley.
Okay. So you're present for the interview, though. Did you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. And have you discussed this interview with Lieutenant Wesley?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that interview, do you know if Officer Kleeman was provided with any information by PSD investigators?
I believe Lieutenant Wesley had emailed him his copy of his report.
Okay. Have you reviewed this transcription before?
Yes.
And there's a recording as well of the phone call, correct?
Correct.
And the recording, is that part of the exhibit? It's noted in the exhibit list itself. The commission will have a copy of the recording. for the transcription. Have you, as it pertains to this issue here, did Officer Kleeman give you any information that you felt was inconsistent with his original report?
No.
I want you to turn to page 7 of your investigative report back on Exhibit 15. You there?
Yes.
Looking at your report, do you remember approximately when you had the discussion with when this discussion occurred with Officer Kleeman?
I know it's listed as September of 2017, when this report was finalized, but I believe we learned later that it was somewhere in October, like October 25th, around approximately that timeframe.
Is that simply an inaccuracy in the report?
Yeah.
As it pertains to your discussions with Officer Kleeman, I want you to look at the second paragraph of your analysis. Were you able to learn what Officer Kleeman's perspective was as to how these motorcyclists were operating when he observed them?
Yes.
And according to Officer Kleeman, what did you learn from him?
This is according to Kleeman's recollection, the motorcycle started to slow down, but then they just gunned it. And then the two of them just took off at a pretty good rate of speed. He said he remembered someone, a citizen, telling him on the traffic stop that two motorcycles are driving like idiots down the road from you.
Now, was that information consistent with his report?
Yes.
And were you able to learn from Officer Kleeman whether he thought that, we know that he activated his lights, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to learn whether he ever activated his siren?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about activating his siren?
I believe he said he blipped his siren when we interviewed him.
Okay. And did Officer Kleeman give you an opinion as to his interaction with Officer Sporl as to whether Officer Sporl was forthright with him?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
It says, questions were asked of Kleeman about the phone call he had with Spurl. He was asked if he felt Spurl lied. Kleeman said absolutely he was lying, and said Spurl was trying to get out of something.
Now, in the next paragraph, did Kleeman provide you with, do you recall Kleeman provided you a justification as to why he believed Officer Sporl was not honest with him?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that justification?
It says, Kleeman said that before he wrote his report on that day, he reviewed the squad video to double check that all three of the riders looked back at him. Kleeman said it was quite obvious that they saw me, and it was deliberate that they took off, especially when you have a witness that pulled up on a traffic stop and said, hey, there's two motorcycles driving recklessly from where I just left.
All right. Following the interview with Officer Kleeman, you indicated earlier that you had contact with an administrative assistant at the Village of Hortonville.
Correct.
Could you explain that contact?
Yeah, we had gone down to get an original copy of the report. We spoke to their administrative secretary, Julie Shu, and we were also looking for a CD with possible video of the recording, a video recording of the incident itself.
Now, how many times did you go to Hortonville that you can recollect?
Approximately 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And what was the purpose for going down there the first time?
It was to acquire a copy of the video recording, or the squad cam recording.
Okay. And was your contact with Ms. Shu on a later incident when you went down to Hortonville?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for going to Hortonville that time?
At that time, it was, again, to get an original copy of the report, and also to see if they were able to locate the recording.
So how did it come about that you learned that Ms. Shu knew of this incident?
While we were asking for the information that we were requesting, she actually had brought up the fact that she had witnessed the incident, or the 2011 incident.
Okay. Were you present during the entire discussion with Ms. Shu and the PSD investigators that were present?
Yes.
And who else was present with you that day?
Lieutenant Wesley, and then there was another officer, a Hortonville officer.
Okay, so there's a Hortonville police officer that was also there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 24?
That's a transcription of our conversation or interview with Julie Schumer.
And have you read that transcript previously?
I have.
You believe that's an accurate reflection of the discussion that you had with Ms. Shue?
Yes.
Now, near the end of the transcription, Lieutenant Wesley makes a comment about about Green Bay Packer season tickets. What did you take his comment to be?
It was just a joke, kind of just banter with Ms. Shue. I know we had talked about the Packers, or she had talked about the Packers at one point, I think earlier, and then I think he was just being funny.
Now, in and of itself, the recording itself starts off at "Well, I live on Crestwood." Did you have discussion with Ms. Shue prior to that discussion?
Yeah.
And do you know when Lieutenant Wesley turned the recording on?
It was after she had told us that she had witnessed the incident.
And what information did you learn from Ms. Shue?
That she lives near where the incident occurred, and that she was outside raking leaves in her front yard, and she could hear the motorcycles, I think what she would call winding up as they were coming down the road.
Now, if you can turn back to Exhibit 15, page 7 of your report. Is that the summary that begins of Julie Schue's statement to you?
Yes, at the bottom.
Okay. I want you to turn to page 8. I believe you just testified that she had indicated that the motorcyclists were winding up. Looking at the second paragraph, near the bottom of that paragraph where it said Julie said she knew, she heard, could you read that sentence for us? It's about the middle of that paragraph.
Julie said there were 3, but I think there were 2 ahead.
Just go above there where it says Julie said she knew. In the middle of the it's the paragraph begins Julie lives on Crestwood.
Oh, I'm sorry. Julie said she knew she heard the squad car siren and heard the bikes coming. She described them as, they were moving pretty good. You could just zzz, you could hear that. And then I remember when I could hear the siren, I thought, oh, good, finally somebody's after them.
Okay. Was Ms. Shue able to confirm to you that she also had a visual observation?
Yeah, I think it was a brief visual, yes.
Okay. And from where Ms. Shue lives to where the road is, do you have any idea as to what the distance would be?
It's a ways, it's quite a ways, I'd say a couple hundred yards.
Okay. So it's not from where you and I are sitting?
No.
So would it be, was it an obstructed view?
Yeah, I believe there's some trees down by the roadway.
Okay. If you can look at the second full paragraph that begins Julie said. When asked how many were moving, could you read that sentence in the residual of the paragraph, please?
Julie said there were 3, but I think there were 2 ahead. There were 2 that pulled ahead. I'm just trying to think. I know we can see down, and there's like a line of trees. Julie was pointing to a Google map of the area, but I don't know exactly where Cleveland, stopped at. Because I heard the siren, I heard the bikes, but I didn't hear the one stop because the other 2 were moving. I could just hear the zzz, where they were winding out.
With the information that you received from Ms. Shue, is there any conclusion that you drew based upon about the information you received from Officer Kleeman?
Yeah, that it kind of corroborates his report and the accounts of the incident.
Now, As it relates to Ms. Shu's visual observation of the situation, was she able to actually see the motorcycles?
I believe from what her statement was that she saw them briefly.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she saw how far apart they were?
Yeah, I believe it was brought up that it was stated that they were about a car and a half length apart, and she agreed with that.
Okay. Now, were you in an office with her at the time?
Yes.
Did she provide you with a visual spectrum in that office as to what she estimated the distance was between those individuals?
Yeah, she said it was about the length of the office that we were in, that we were having the conversation, and I believe it was brought up that the office was approximately 15 feet, and she said, yeah, that she agreed with that.
Now, is 15 feet different from 20 yards in your
Yes.
view?
In my opinion, yeah.
All right. Following the interview with Ms. Shu, were you able to obtain information from the Town of Grand Chute Police Department?
Yes,
And did you go to Grand Chute?
we did.
And for what purpose did you go to Grand Chute?
I get a copy of their background report that they had conducted,
Why did you get a copy of their background report that they conducted?
just to verify information from what was in our background report to what they had.
Okay? That's that you turn to exhibit, 26. I'll note for the commission that on the last page of this exhibit, there's a signed affidavit from Captain Colette Yeager from the Town of Grand Chute authenticating this report. There has been redactions to this report, though. The report provided by Grand Chute was clean, no redactions. This report has the redactions in it as to only the matters that are germane to this proceeding. Have you reviewed this report?
Yes.
And is there anything that stood out to you from this report?
Yes, there were.
What stood out to you from this report? If you need to refresh your memory, you may review it.
Okay. It would be the Hortonville incident.
Okay? Now, I'd like you to turn to page 6 of the report. What's the information that you learned about the Hortonville incident as at least Grand Chute knew about it?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. Court reporter, may you repeat the question?
Yes, question, what's the information that you learned about the Hortonville incident as at least Grand Chute knew about it?
That the Grand Chute background investigator had obtained a copy of the report of the Hortonville incident also.
Okay. Had they interviewed Sporl about it?
Yes.
And what did Sporl tell him he was doing that day?
He told them that he received this speeding citation in Hortonville in 2011, and that he was only going 40 to 45 miles per hour.
Okay. Do you believe that was an accurate statement?
No, I do not.
Do you believe Paul Sporl was going faster than that?
Yes, I do.
Why do you believe that?
Because the Hortonville report stated that he was going to 70 to 73 miles per hour.
Okay. Should you turn to page 9? Were you able to learn any information about Paul Sporl's application with the Dallas-Fort Worth Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
That he left off the speeding citation from Hortonville on his application to Dallas-Fort Worth.
And did you ask Paul Sporl during an investigatory interview about why he left that information off of the Dallas-Fort Worth PD Dallas-Fort Worth PD application?
Yes.
And do you remember what his response was?
I believe it was. He didn't remember one.
Okay. And as it pertains to the information that Paul Sporl provided to the Town of Grand Chute background investigator about only going 40 to 45 miles per hour, do you recall what Paul Sporl's response was to you during the investigatory interview?
I believe he said he didn't recall what he had told the investigator.
Okay. Now, ultimately, was Paul Sporl interviewed about these incidents? Was Paul Sporl interviewed by you about
Yes.
these incidents? Could you flip all the way back to Exhibit 16? Could you identify that document?
This is a formal complaint against personnel.
And what is the purpose of this document?
It's something we provide to somebody that's under investigation, and it provides a brief synopsis of what the investigation entails, and also the alleged potential policy violations.
Okay. And what does this specific document relate to?
This specific document relates to Paul Sporl's hiring process.
Okay. And when is this document, is this document given to Paul Sporl?
Yes,
When is it given to him?
this was given prior to our interview with him.
Okay. And so you had formal questioning of Paul Sporl.
Yes,
Is Paul Sporl given any sort of directives at the inception of that questioning?
yes.
And what was Paul Sporl questioned about as part of that questioning? Do you remember the subject areas? What were the subject matters that he was questioned about?
About the inconsistencies with, in his background investigation that were found with the Hortonville incident.
Okay. And was he also asked about other incidents that are unrelated to the charges in
Yes.
these proceedings? Okay. I'd ask that you turn to Exhibit 30. Could you review that document? Could you identify that document? Excuse me.
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a transcription of our interview in reference to this investigation.
As it pertains to this interview, and there's a recorded interview, correct?
Correct.
And the recording is also available for the commission to view. For these purposes, the recording itself is about 56 minutes long. We're not going to play it. There's only a few things we're going to touch on from this transcription.
Just a question on that.
Please.
It says Lieutenant Ben Allen, Attorney Jim Macy, is that Lacey?
No, Jim Macy.
It is Macy, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. As it pertains to this interview, did Paul Sporl change his story from the information that he provided on August 10 and August 11 to Lieutenant Ramos?
No.
Did he stick to the same story?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So you have Paul Sporl sticking to his story, and you have Officer Kleeman sticking to his story. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
As it pertains to the information that Officer Sporl provided to you, if you can turn to page 18. There's a question from you that begins, "Okay, so again." Could you read that question?
Okay, so again, which would you think would be more accurate? A report by a police officer on the day it occurred, or again, you trying to remember it years later?
What was his response?
I guess the day it occurred.
Okay. Could you describe Paul Sporl's recollection of the events during this interview?
They were, I'm sorry, I'm not.
It's okay, it's a vague question, I'll withdraw it. You asked on page 18, when? Could you read that question?
When the Hortonville officer initially contacted you by phone, did you tell him that you never saw him with his squad lights on and trying to stop you?
And what was his response?
I don't recall what I told him.
As it pertains to the interview itself, what conclusions did you draw in this investigation about Paul Sporl's communications that he had with Officer Kleeman in 2011 following the motorcycle incident?
That he was being untruthful with what occurred
And with Officer Kleeman?
with Officer Cleveland. So.
And with regard to the information that Officer Sporl provided to Lieutenant Ramos in August of 2015, what conclusions did you draw as to those communications Officer Sporl had with Lieutenant Kleeman, or then candidate Sporl had with Lieutenant Kleeman, or Lieutenant Ramos?
That he was downplaying the incident and that he was not being truthful with what occurred.
Do you recall during this interview, Paul Sporl was asked about his knowledge of department policies?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
That he understood the policies. I mean, other than, I believe in this one, he said that he had not read the Brady Policy 606.
Okay. And I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 31. Do you identify that document?
This is a letter to Officer Squirrel, reference to his Laudermill hearing.
You seen that document before?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that document?
It's to notify Officer Squirrel that a Laudermill hearing would be held, which is his opportunity to provide any information or explanation to the investigation.
Okay. And did Paul Sporl partake in that Laudermill hearing?
Yes.
Did you? Were you present
Yes,
for that
I was.
Laudermill hearing?
Yes.
And could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 32?
This is a transcript of the Laudermill hearing.
Now, the commission has a copy of the recorded disc. Have you reviewed this transcript previously?
Yes.
And does this transcript reflect your recollection of that Laudermill hearing?
Yes.
I want you to turn to page 6.
Page 6 of 32.
Page on Exhibit 32, yeah. There's a question at the top that begins, "All right," and the summary indicates you said two things to the Hortonville officer. One, that you never saw him, and then two, later on, that you changed your tune, so to speak, right. Could you read Paul Sporl's narrative answer when he's asked to explain that? Beginning, "Yes, sir."
Yes, sir. So on the day of the event is where I think that it's misconstrued, as I did not see the officer, but when I was traveling down the road where he was parked, and that's what I admit when I was talking to the officer that day. I didn't see him parked running speed, doing what he was doing before we even passed him. Did not see him. The only time when I did see him was when he had pulled over my friend. That's when I did see the officer and pull over my friend, stop my friend, and at that point, I did see the officer.
Now, Paul Sporl's telling this information to the chief of police now, correct? Was Chief Smith there at that interview? Or at that Laudermill hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain for the commission why you believe Chad Kleeman over Paul Sporl?
Because he's a sworn police officer at the time, and his written report recollection of that day, I believe, is going to be more believable. Again, because there's no reason to think that he was dishonest or that he would be dishonest anyway.
When you talked to Officer Kleeman, did you have any concern about his recollection of
No.
the incident? When you talked to Ms. Shue, was she able to corroborate Officer Kleeman?
Yes.
Did you identify the document marked as Exhibit 35?
That's the standards of conduct policy.
Now, we've already gone through these standards of conduct with Lieutenant Wesley. However, there are policies that are at play here with regard to Officer Sporl's conduct. Before I get into those policies, I want to ask question with regard to the directive that Lieutenant Ramos issued to Paul Sporl on July 13, 2015. Do you remember that admonishment, the directive that Lieutenant Ramos issued to Officer Sporl?
Yes.
And that's a standard directive that's issued during a background investigation?
Yes.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl complied with that admonishment or directive based on the information that he provided to Lieutenant Ramos?
I do not.
Can you explain why?
Because there's no mention of the Hortonville incident during his security interview.
What about during the follow-up interviews? Did he comply with that directive during the follow-up interviews?
He gave his rendition of the event. However, it did not match up with what the police report and then our subsequent interview with Chad Kluman
Do
said.
you believe that Paul Sporl complied with the admonishment
No.
during August 10 and during August 11?
No, I do not.
All right, looking at the policies of the department, is what Lieutenant Ramos gave to Officer Sporl akin to an order or a directive?
Yes.
Now, Paul Sporl's not our employee at the time, correct?
Correct.
But Lieutenant Ramos, he's seeking the truth. Did he
Correct.
get the truth, do you think?
I do not think so, no.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl complied to the extent applicable policy 320.3 directives and orders?
I do not.
Can you explain your reasoning?
Because it says members shall comply with lawful directives and orders from any department supervisor or person in a position of authority. And I don't believe he did so.
Okay. Was there any sort of reasonable or bona fide justification to not comply with the expectation to tell the truth?
No.
Under 320.5.1, to review those policies A and B.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl's conduct with you during your investigatory interview of him on December 6, 2017 was in conformity with those policies?
I do not. It says violation, under subsection A, correct, 3.5.18.
Yeah.
Violation of or ordering or instructing a subordinate to violate any policy, procedure, rule, order, directive, requirement of failure to follow instructions contained in department or city manuals.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl complied with those policies during his interactions with you on December 6, 2017?
Yeah, I don't think he was being truthful about what occurred in the Hortonville incident, and so I believe he violated that policy.
And as it relates to the prior policy that we just reviewed, do you believe that Paul Sporl's conduct on December 6, 2017 was in conformity with that policy?
I do not.
Okay. Would you turn to page 320.5.8C?
Okay.
Could you review subsection C?
Failure to participate in or giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor or other person in a position of authority in connection with any investigation or in the reporting of any departmental related business.
All right. Do you believe that Officer Sporl's conduct involving his interactions with Lieutenant Ramos on August 10 and August 11, 2015 would be in conformity with that policy?
I do. Excuse me, no, I don't.
Can you explain your reasoning for that?
Again, I believe that he embellished what happened with that Hortonville traffic incident.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl's conduct on December 6, 2017 during your investigatory interview was in conformity with that policy?
No, I do not.
And could you identify the Rule 320.5.8 subsection I? You can just read it on your own. It's already in the record.
Okay.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl's conduct was in conformity with that policy based on the information he provided to you during your December 6, 2017 interview?
I do not believe he was in compliance.
Can you explain why?
Because being untruthful obviously discredits the department.
And could you identify policy 320.5.9 subsection N? If you need to review the policy, please do. My question is, do you have an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl's conduct on December 6, 2017 was in conformity with that policy?
I do not believe that he was in.
Can you explain your reasoning?
Yeah, I think being untruthful and embellishing in any investigation by a police officer obviously erodes the trust that the department will have in that officer, as well as the trust the public has for our department.
As it pertains to your investigation into Paul Sporl's background, do you believe that you've made a reasonable effort to uncover the facts pertaining to this matter?
I do.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl violated rules or directives issued to him?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of any other current department employee serving under Chief Smith who has misrepresented information during their background process and remains employed with this agency?
No.
If an allegation was brought to your attention of an individual misrepresenting information in their background, what would you do?
I would investigate it, look into it more thoroughly, and then I would make my recommendation that we remove that person from the process.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross?
Sure. Lieutenant, you'd mentioned that you sat through the initial interview of December 28th with Officer Sporl, correct? December 28th, 2016?
Oh, correct, for the night shift investigation, sorry, yes.
Yesterday, you weren't here, but we heard testimony from DA Lissay that indicated that as soon as somebody's found to be untruthful, they should be removed from their position immediately and put on administrative leave. Do you believe that to be true?
I can't testify to what Dale is saying, what his beliefs are.
In fact, on December 28th, at the conclusion of your interview with Officer Sporl, you knew he was going to go back out on patrol that night, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had asked him if he was okay, that he could go home if he wanted to, but yes, we thought that he was going back to patrol.
In fact, he remained on patrol until July 2017, right?
Yes,
So the Green Bay Police Department kept him out on patrol the entire time, right?
yes,
Okay. And then you also recalled during that interview on December 16th that there were several comments made to Officer Sporl about him being a leader, right?
yes,
And that he was somebody that had sergeant, lieutenant material in him, right?
from my recollection, yeah, sure.
And that he had a very impressive, stellar background in military, right?
Yes.
And he, in fact, was told that he could take off, and he said, no, we're short-staffed, I think I better get out on the street, right?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Now, going back to, I want to cover, in addition to that, you'd mentioned that you've done background investigations on officers after the fact, and one was Mike Jancourt.
Like Gene Court.
Jancourt. Now, that was a person that actually had received a discipline from the chief, and he appealed it,
Correct.
and that's when the background was performed, correct?
We didn't do the background on him. We reviewed his background.
And it was at that point that he appealed his discipline, right? That's what you testified to earlier. I just want to be clear.
It was at some point, yes, during that process.
And the same would hold true for Mike Ron. He's been disciplined and by the chief, and at that point, you did a background check on him too, right?
Yes.
It's a pattern appearing here. You also did one on Officer Sporl once he appealed this, right? Didn't occur until he appealed this matter, right?
No, it wasn't when he appealed it. We started looking into his background after he received the Brady letter from DLSA.
And then that was at a point when, you'll recall also that he was given a 5-day suspension to serve on July 23rd through 27th, which he appealed, correct?
I can't answer that.
So he appealed it before you got the letter from Lissay on July 26th, right?
Again, I can't answer that.
I was going to wait to the chief to put some of these documents into the record, but It's appropriate to put them in through you, okay?
Okay.
Just shows that this, the dates.
Yeah.
And this is the letter where it would have been issued on June 23rd. Okay?
Oh, yeah, for the,
Yeah, so it all preceded, just so we have a clear record.
Yep. This is the.
You're welcome. Okay, enough.
Attorney Redco, is your intention that this will be a single exhibit, and we'll call this Defense Exhibit 1?
Sure, that'd be
Okay.
fine. It's a two-page document. Make sure I get one for the web next.
Yeah, he's not gonna have that many, then there won't be any confusion on what's.
Well, I think I got two, actually. My paralegal helped me out. So many names. I don't know, 36.
At the suggestion of Commissioner Wanazek, to avoid confusion, we'll label the defense exhibits by letters rather than numbers. So this will be Defense Exhibit A.
Okay. The first thing I'll show you is part of Defense Exhibit A, is a City of Green Bay Personnel Action Form. And it shows that this one's for Officer Sporl. Effective date July 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. Identified as leave without pay suspension. Did you see that?
I do.
Okay, so Officer Sporl would have served a 5-day suspension on July 23rd through 27th, correct?
Again, according to that, yes, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay, that's fine, but it's a department document. You don't have any reason to doubt it, right?
Correct.
And then on July 23rd, there's a letter from Chief Smith to Officer Sporl explaining his 5-day suspension, and that it was going to take place from July 23rd through 27th. And Officer Sporl would have been notified of that date on June 23rd, 2017, correct?
Correct.
And an officer only has a short period of time to appeal a discipline, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of the fact that Officer Sporl has in fact appealed that, although required to serve his 5-day suspension, right?
According to the letter, yes.
And in fact, we have evidence in the record already that Officer Sporl then was put on administrative leave on July 31st, correct? For
Without
this
having-
incident.
Yeah, without looking at the document.
So you don't have a specific recollection of the date, but you know he was put on administrative leave?
Yes.
Now, those incidences occurred before the DA's letter of July 26th, right?
Correct.
Pattern's really emerging here. Background checks are performed on officers who appeal discipline. Why is that?
It's not specifically to people that appeal disciplines. It's,
Well, those are the two people that you've done background checks on, and both of them have appealed discipline.
we review background files on people that are being disciplined or that are under investigation. That's part of our normal process.
Oh, so you investigate every single person that's under an investigation for a rule violation?
Excuse me?
For a rule violation?
Our job is to do that investigation, majority of them, yes.
Including the backgrounds on their applications of employment?
I'm not saying that we do it on everyone,
Because you just said you only did it on 2 prior to Paul.
but I also testified earlier at the beginning that it's standard procedure that anybody that is disciplined, that we would go back and look at some of their background.
And you indicated that you sat through the December 28th interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that it was clear to you Paul was trying to protect friends, right?
In my opinion.
Now, you were here yesterday, or were you not?
I was.
And you heard Lieutenant Wesley testify that, in fact, Paul had offered new information you didn't even know about, right?
I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Well, the panel will remember that, and the panel will remember that when Lieutenant Wellesley indicated that Paul offered new information about an incident on Washington Street that you didn't even know about at Kittner's Bar, that was something new to you, right?
Yes.
Now, do people who offer information about others, including their friends, do so because they're trying to protect their friend?
That information was offered up only after, I believe, there was, the question had been asked several times.
And the BP gas station is another incident he provided you information on, right?
Correct.
So you'd like for us to believe he's protecting his friends, although he's offering you new information you didn't know about?
Through that investigation, it is my belief that he was trying to protect his friends, yes.
Okay, let's go back to Exhibit 15 in the plaintiff's book.
Excuse me, I just, Attorney Delia, any objection to this being brought into evidence as an exhibit?
The commission can give it whatever weight it deems. We have no objection to its
Okay,
inclusion.
so this would be Defense Exhibit A.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't move for
No,
submission.
that's fine.
Now, this report has your name on it as somebody who submitted it, right?
Correct.
So you take ownership of what's in here as being truthful, right?
Correct.
Mr. Rick, let me slow you down to make sure that we're all on the same page, proverbial same page. Which one are we going through right now?
Oh, we're on Exhibit 15?
15, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like for you to turn to page 8 of Exhibit 15. Now, in the middle of this page, there's a paragraph, third one down, third full paragraph down that starts with Julie was asked. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Now, the third line up, it stated, and within quotation marks, meaning it's, or actually that's, yeah, it's within quotation marks, meaning this is what she said. It says, she did not remember seeing any of the drivers looking over their shoulders at Officer Kleeman while he was trying to stop them. Julie reiterated, I just specifically recalled these bikes and just knowing they were really moving because of how loud it was. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, you said the third paragraph, full paragraph down?
Yeah, and it's like the third sentence from the bottom, it starts out with, she did not remember seeing any, and then the word of's not in there, so there's a typo. So she did not remember seeing any
Yep,
of
correct.
the drivers looking
I see.
over their shoulders at Officer Kleeman. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, in fact, you just testified, you were present during her interview, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 24. Any more particular, page 8? In the very middle of the page, Lieutenant Wesley says, you don't remember if they were looking back over their shoulder or ... She says, I didn't see them. Do you see that?
Yes.
She didn't say, I don't remember seeing them. She said, I didn't see them, correct?
Correct.
So your report's incorrect when you said she did not remember seeing them. Isn't that true?
I'd have to look at the report again.
Okay, let's go back to Exhibit 15. Page 8. It says, she did not remember seeing any of the drivers looking over their shoulders. That's not a truthful statement, is it? She said, I didn't see them.
Okay, that's, yeah, it's just a summary, I believe, of, I think it says the same thing.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say the same thing at all. She specifically said, I did not see that. And you're saying she did not remember seeing any of the drivers looking over their shoulders. And you know what's really disheartening here? is you had the opportunity to sit down, review your records, and write a report. That's an intentional act. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand this is not accurate?
And I don't know who did this portion of the report.
Well, you wrote it and you signed off on it. You accepted it as truthful. If it was untruthful, you could have said to the officer that wrote this, that's not correct. Here's what really happened, right?
Again, there was two
You
other-
didn't do that though, did you?
No.
How many other lies are in this report?
There are no
No
intentional lies in
object
this
as to
report.
classification of it being a lie. Argumentative.
Well, you've made an effort of calling Mr. Sporl a liar, right? You
I
said
believe
he's
that he's
untruthful, he's
untruthful.
evasive, he's been avoiding questions. You've classified that as being untruthful, right?
Correct.
You won't accept this as being untruthful?
Again, I don't believe it's untruthful. It's a play on words.
It's not a play on words. They have two different meanings.
In your opinion.
No, somebody not remembering something and somebody saying, I didn't see it. Those are two different actions, two different meanings.
Either way, the outcome is the same. She didn't see it.
So now you're going to justify it. The outcome's the same? Are you justifying your lie?
I'm not lying.
You're justifying a lie now, aren't you?
I'm going to object that this is the argumentative nature of the question.
This is the same kind of testimony and questioning that you provided to Paul Sporl on December 28th with your aggressive nature and your questioning. Now you're getting it put on you that way and you're lying.
I am not lying. And
You-
I don't believe
this is
that
different,
any
and you
of the
wrote
questioning,
this.
and that any of the questioning in December 28th was threatening.
You don't believe any of those questions were threatening,
I
that
do
he
not.
was told that you're lying to us, you're withholding information? Jeepers? Comments like that?
I'm not sure that Jeepers is a threatening statement.
When you watch the video, it is in the tone of voice and the way it was raised. And there's two of you sitting across from a new officer telling him he's not a target of an investigation? And then you lay it on him like that? And you expect us to believe that when you write a report and you had the document here in front of you, that just because it has the same outcome, I'll rationalize it, that's truthful?
Because the information is accurate.
It's not accurate. It's not at all accurate. That's not what she said. She said, I didn't see that, meaning I didn't see it. She didn't say, I didn't remember seeing it. She specifically said, I didn't see it. There's a difference, right?
In my opinion, they are the same thing.
Okay. How many other things are you going to try to justify? Let's keep going. Now, exhibit, you testify that Lieutenant Ramos made no effort to contact the Hortonville police to interview them, right?
To our knowledge, no.
Yet in this very report, page 4, has a copy of the Hortonville incident report in it, does it not?
Correct.
Look at the characterization of the testimony. I believe it was made, did not make an effort to contact the law enforcement officer, Kleeman, to speak with him about the report.
You testified he made no effort to contact Hortonville about this incident. In fact, he has a copy of the incident report here, right? And it shows up in your exhibit, Exhibit 15, page 4, right?
I don't know what the question was that was asked, but it was in reference to had he made contact with the Hortonville officer to further discuss the incident.
He had the information that the officer wrote the day of the incident, right?
He had this report, I believe, a copy of the report or the citation.
And that's what you're relying on today, as I understand it, is that his report written that day is more accurate than any other thing could have been because it was written that day, right?
Correct, and that's what
So-
Spurl testified to.
And you also testified that, did you not, that because of this report, what would the purpose be to have to talk to the officer? It's pretty complete, and the information you're relying is on in this report, is it not?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Yeah, there would have been no reason for Lieutenant Ramos to call up this officer. He had his report, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And not only did he have this report, but the information that you're relying on to call Officer Sporl a liar is contained in this very report, right?
Along with the follow-up investigation that we did.
And what follow-up investigation did you do that came up with anything different that's in this incident report?
Nothing, because
Right.
the interview that we conducted with Chad Kleeman matched what his report said.
And not only that, Lieutenant Ramos knew this all in August 2011, right?
Yes, I believe, yes.
Now, the one thing I will say is that you were very curious about getting the squad video for this incident, were you not?
Correct.
In fact, we've got testimony of Lieutenant Wellesley saying, hey, you can find that. You got 2 season tickets at Lambeau Field, right?
Correct.
So that was a pretty important item that you guys wanted, right?
Yeah, we wanted,
And doesn't exist, does it?
no.
And you wanted that video to corroborate Lieutenant or Officer Kleeman, right?
No, it would have actually proven or disproven what the discrepancies.
And when you were out interviewing Officer Kleeman, you never asked him on a telephone call, how come you're no longer at Hortonville, right?
We weren't out talking to him, we were in, I believe, Lieutenant Wesley's office on a phone conversation.
You never asked him once, did you?
No, did not ask him that.
Okay. We didn't find out until you interviewed Ms. Shue that he wasn't even at Hortonville anymore. But you knew that when you talked to him on the phone, right, Officer Kleeman?
Object, just the question itself is vague. I think I understand the question, what you're asking. I think it's unclear though what it is. It's compound.
We find out from Ms. Shue that Officer Kleeman's no longer with Hortonville, right?
Correct.
And you knew that when you were talking to him on the phone that he was no longer with Hortonville, right?
I don't know.
Can you turn to Exhibit 24 and look at page 14 for 1 second? Lieutenant Wesley, second Lieutenant Wesley down from the top. Yeah, do we want to know? Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have any bearing on this. It was our business, so Shue, no, I get that. Wesley, Shue, I was just curious, Wesley. So we weren't, it was just kind of uncomfortable to say, dude, why don't you work there anymore? So you knew that when you telephoned him that he didn't work there anymore, right?
I would have to look at the timeline of when these interviews occurred. I don't remember if we interviewed Julie Shue first or Officer Kleeman. Again, I was the lead interviewer.
Well, both reports are dated November 16th.
Exhibit 24 is November 16th, Exhibit 25 doesn't have a date as to when you interviewed Chad Kleeman.
Correct.
But it's obvious to all of us, you talked to Kleeman first, or that wouldn't have been brought up by Lieutenant Wellesley. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now, you also recall that you believed Officer Sporl lied when he said that he saw the officer and just kept driving, and the officer said that he knows Sporl looked back at him, right?
Correct.
And you did the investigation background. You got Exhibit 21, which is the citation from Ortonville. In fact, the last page of Exhibit 21 is a citation that was issued to Paul Sporl, right?
Correct.
And the only thing he was ever issued on this matter was a unreasonable and imprudent speed citation, right?
Correct.
In fact, nowhere on that document where it says actual speed, none's listed, is it? Is there any speed listed?
No.
So anything that the officer would have said about speed would have been a pure guess, because he didn't even know enough of the speed to be able to put it on a citation, right?
Objective calls for speculation.
Well, there's no speed listed, so he didn't know it, right?
According to his report, he had a radar.
Now, how many officers do you know, when they issue a citation, if they know the speed, they don't put it down on the citation?
I can't testify to what
Would you?
other officers do.
Would you?
I normally would, yes.
Normally or always? If you know the speed,
Been a
you
long
have
time
it on
since I
your
wrote a
radar,
ticket,
you
but-
always write it down, don't you?
Objective, is the question,
He writes down the speed every time he has the speed, right? You do that, right?
It's common practice for me to do that, yes, but I can't go back on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tickets and say that I did it on every one.
And I'm not gonna check hundreds and hundreds of tickets, okay?
Yes.
Now, anytime that you have evidence somebody's fleeing, you write a fleeing ticket, do you not?
Yes.
And every time you have evidence that somebody's lying to you, you write an obstruction ticket, do you not?
Yes, but we also have discretion. I'm not gonna say that every time somebody's lied to me that I've written them a ticket.
And in this particular case, this officer didn't write Officer Sporl an obstruction ticket, did he?
No.
And he didn't write a fleeing ticket, did he?
No.
Now, you have to admit, everything that you have since discovered on this background check is all information Lieutenant Ramos had in August 2011 in regard to Sporl statements, right?
Correct.
In regard to the incident report, right?
Correct.
And he was still hired by the Green Bay Police Department at that time, right?
Yes, he was.
Do you drive motorcycles?
I have.
When you're out on the street, can you always tell how fast a motorcycle's going by the noise?
Depending on the motorcycle, I mean, they make a distinct sound when they're going fast, yes.
Or are some motorcycles just loud in general?
yes, there's motorcycles that are just allowed in general, yes.
Now, you made comments about Officer Spurl leaving out the Hortonville incident on an application with the Dallas police, did you not?
It was Dallas Fort Worth.
Did you get a copy of that application to see what it was that was on the application?
No,
So you're taking some officer's word in Grand Chute, Wisconsin?
correct.
It would have been more thorough for you to actually get a copy of that application to double check and make sure he omitted something from the application, right?
Again, going off of the Grand Chute background report, we believe that it's an accurate document. There was nothing to lead us to believe that it wasn't.
And what was it that they said again? I think that was what, exhibit, doesn't matter right now, but you never got a copy of the Dallas application, did you?
The Dallas Fort Worth, no.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Any redirect?
Very brief. As it pertains to Officer Gene Court, who terminated Officer Gene Court?
The Police and Fire Commission.
Okay, Chief Smith did not terminate Officer Gene Court, correct?
Correct.
So was there an appeal of Chief Smith's termination then that occurred of Officer Gene Court?
No.
Okay. Because Chief Smith never terminated Officer Gene Court, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I want to make certain that we have an understanding. Did Mike Ron ever appeal discipline before this body, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Pertaining to Mike Ron's situation, was he issued a Brady letter?
I believe he was, yes.
And was Officer Gene Court issued a Brady letter?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you recall at the time when you commenced the background investigation reviews of those two officers pursuant to Brady Policy 606?
I believe it was when we were aware that there was an issue or an investigation that we were conducting.
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure that we have a clear record here. If an officer gets a tardiness discipline, do you do a full background review of that officer?
No.
Okay. So is this reserved more for what one may classify as major forms of discipline?
Correct.
And approximately how many times can you think of that you've been involved in a situation where you've reviewed a background investigation or personnel file pursuant to Brady 606 of a disciplined officer or an officer subject to discipline?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
Okay, and have you reviewed backgrounds of officers who have been under investigation but have not been disciplined because they quit?
Yes.
Who?
Mike Ron would have been Rob Porth, Casey Magic.
Okay, so those individuals, it was never a situation where the decision to even pursue discipline was there. The background review was done regardless, correct?
Correct.
All right, as it pertains to the Kittner's Pub and BP gas station incidents that Paul Sporl offered to you during that December 28th investigatory interview, prior to those instances, did he offer any information whatsoever about what we know now as being the Walker Walk?
No.
And was it Lieutenant Wesley who had to feed him that information about the walk before Officer Sporl offered up any information?
Yes.
When Officer Sporl was providing the information about Kittner's and about the BP gas station, did he ever offer up the East High School incident involving the monkey walk,
No.
which was the sound where Lieutenant Korth does the Walker Walk making monkey noises, correct?
Correct.
Is that a pretty significant incident in your mind?
Yes.
Is the use of the N-word a pretty significant incident in your mind?
Yes.
One of your fellow officers referred to another officer in a derogatory manner using a disgraceful term like the N-word. Would that be something that you remember?
Yes.
If you're told at the inception of an investigatory interview as a witness, you got nothing to lose, you're there to tell the truth, that's it. and you knew that somebody used the N-word, would you wait over 3 hours into an investigatory interview process from December 28th and into January 29th into that interview to finally let out that that supervisor used the N-word in referring to another officer?
No, I wouldn't.
You believe that Paul Sporl was forthright to you during that investigation?
No, I do not.
All right. You ever made a mistake on a report before?
Yes.
You perfect?
I am not perfect. We are fallible. We're humans.
With regard to the drafting of the report involving whether Ms. Shu doesn't remember or didn't see, is there any intent on your part to deceive?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You had testified earlier that Ms. Shu was probably several hundred yards away from the area where the motorcycles were driving through, correct?
Correct.
It was an obstructed view, correct?
Correct.
Do you think that you could see, looking out the window, a couple hundred yards away through an obstructed view, individuals moving by at a high rate of speed and then turning their heads? Okay. So there's no intention on your part to communicate that Ms. Shu at any point in time knew that they were turning their heads?
No.
Lieutenant Ramos had an opinion as to Paul Sporl and the Hortonville incident with regard to him providing a recommendation to the chief of police to pursue with hiring Officer Sporl, correct?
Correct.
Are you allowed to, are you bound by Lieutenant Ramos's recommendation?
No.
Are you allowed, as part of this Brady policy review, to come up with your own recommendation?
Yes.
Have you discussed this recommendation with other members of the PSD?
Yes.
Are you in conformity with the recommendation that Paul Sporl was not truthful?
Yes.
Back in 2015, are you aware of Lieutenant Ramos making an effort to obtain squad video footage from the village of Hortonville?
I'm not aware of that now.
Are you aware of Lieutenant Ramos making an effort to contact any witnesses to that incident involving Paul Sporl?
I am not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes. Now, in regard to Officer Jeancourt, I understand that it was this committee that ultimately terminated him, but he didn't get before this committee without appealing a decision made by the chief of police, correct?
I want to make certain that we're operating under the, I'm going to object to the question as to the process in and of itself, and it's almost in a misleading nature. The chief of police, by statute, does not have the authority to terminate for discipline reasons.
He has the ability to issue discipline up to termination, right?
I'm going to again object as to the nature of the question, because it's misrepresenting the legal process itself.
It's not misrepresenting the process. In fact, that letter we provided you from June 2017 indicates a 5-day suspension being issued by the chief should this officer appealed, correct?
Correct.
That's the way the process works, right? The chief makes a determination as to whether you're in violation of a rule and what his discipline is, correct?
Correct.
And then they have the opportunity to appeal it ultimately through a due process proceeding, whether or not this panel upholds that decision or renders some other decision, right?
Correct.
So you would have to agree with me that Officer Jeancourt, in fact, received discipline from the chief, which he appealed to this committee, correct?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, I'm just going to object.
What's wrong with that?
If you can testify as to your knowledge of the
Because the way a
situation.
termination works is the chief brings the charges on a termination. It's different than discipline less than termination
Yeah.
under the statute.
So he brought charges to this committee, which Jeancourt appealed, correct?
That
No.
would be more.
No, the chief of police, may I?
Yeah, he doesn't appeal.
Pursuant to Wisconsin statute, section 62.13 sub 5, the chief of police does not have the statutory authority to reduce in rank or to fire for disciplinary reasons. That exclusive authority belongs to the Police and Fire Commission. The Police and Fire Commission also has the authority to suspend and reduce in rank or to remove. The chief of police does have authority to suspend for disciplinary reasons, which may be appealed to the commission. I want to make certain that the legal foundation for the chief's authority is not being misrepresented here as it relates to that. I understand what I believe Attorney Breck was getting at, though, with this. But I think the witness needs to testify to his knowledge rather than speculative.
In fact, the charge is presented in this case, the chief's asking for termination. Is that not true?
I'd have to refer to the charges.
You've been testifying, testified?
Yes, he's
Yes.
asking.
A similar document was presented for Officer Chincourt, right? Correct?
Yes.
So we got that record straight.
Mhm.
Now, in regard to the disgraceful term of the N-word being used during the interview, you just testified it took Officer Sporl 3 hours to testify to that?
I want to object.
That's what he testified to. You asked him, it took him 3 hours,
Over the span
and
of
he
the December
admitted.
28 and into
Yeah.
the January 29 interview.
Because the December 28th interview lasted less than 3 hours in length, right?
I believe so.
Now, you also testified earlier, did you not, that Officer, or that Ms. Shu corroborated Officer Kleeman?
Yes.
In fact, she corroborates Officer Sporl, does she not, when she said, "I did not see that they turned around and looked at Officer Kleeman," right?
That was her perspective.
That's her testimony. That was her corroborating testimony, right?
Correct.
Okay. No other questions?
Nothing.
Redirect. Any questions from the commission, either directly or after consultation with Attorney Colby?
I might have some questions that I'm interested in whether the commission wants to explore.
Okay, with that, is there a motion to go into closed session? So moved. Moved by Commissioner Wanazek. Seconded by Commissioner Roloff. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Wanazek? Here. Commissioner Roloff?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw? Okay, we're going to closed session. Actually, if that room is open, it may be easier for us just
to go
to run in there, and so the rest of you can stay here. We're
having a meeting in there.
Oh, okay.
We'll leave.
Is both direct and cross completed?
I would like one more question.
Okay.
Lieutenant Garing, you testified that you had made attempts to contact the other motorcycle driver, Casey Smith, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you leave phone messages or before driving to his home?
No. Not that I'm aware of. I can't remember if we did or not, but I remember specifically going to his house. Or his apartment, I take that back.
Did you leave a note or anything when you were there? So he would have no idea of knowing whether you were there or not?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Just one question. With a witness in the position of someone like Casey Smith at that time, what is your normal practice with regard to how you treat that witness when you're trying to make contact with them?
We're trying to catch him, I don't want to say off guard, but not kind of tip our hand on what we're looking for.
Thank you. Nothing further. I'd move to admit the list here. Exhibits 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 26, 29 through 32, which would, I believe, be all of our exhibits except for 7 and 27 and 28, and we, at this time, have no intention of offering any other exhibits unless we need to on referral.
Any objections?
No objections, and I'd move to strike was exhibits 27 and 28 from the book.
No objection. They're not included.
Okay, thanks.
All right, commissioners will strike those from your books. All right, Lieutenant Gearing, you're dismissed. Thank you. Attorney Gulia, your next witness.
Call Chad Kleeman.
Mr. Kleeman, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You will please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
It's Chad Clayman, last name K-L-E-M-A-N, first name's Chad, C-H-A-D.
Mr. Kleeman, in front of you, there is a book that are exhibits, so the attorneys may refer to that. There's a copy of the charges there as well, in case those are referred to. Okay. Attorney Galea?
Mr. Kleeman, I'm going to take you back to August of 2011. During August of 2011, who did you work for?
I worked for the Village of Hortonville Police Department.
In what capacity did you serve the Village of Hortonville?
I was a full-time police officer.
Okay. And do you recall when you left Hortonville?
I want to say sometime 2013-ish
Okay. And where did you leave to go for other employment?
for University of Wisconsin Green Bay,
Okay. And in what capacity did you serve the University of Wisconsin Green Bay?
the police officer.
And after, where are you employed right now?
Right now I'm a case manager at the Brown County Day Report Center.
Okay. Excuse me, Brown County where?
Brown County Day Report Center.
Okay. And after leaving UW Green Bay, where did you go?
I worked for Pulaski Police Department as a police officer.
Okay. And after leaving Pulaski, where did you go?
The Day Report Center.
Okay. Thank you. Have you been contacted by representatives of the City of Green Bay Professional Standards Division regarding a person named Paul Sporl?
Yes, I was.
When were you first contacted by the City of Green Bay Professional Standards Division involving Paul Sporl?
I want to say sometime middle to end of October
Okay.
of last year.
2017?
Yes, 2019.
So between 2011 and 2017, have you received any contact from anyone at the City of Green Bay involving a gentleman named Paul Sporl?
Say that again?
Between 2011 and 2017, up until that time you were contacted, had you received any other contact from anyone at the City of Green Bay about a gentleman named Paul Sporl?
No.
Thank you. When you were contacted by the Professional Standards Division representatives in October of 2017, did you have a discussion with them?
Yes, I did.
And what did that discussion entail?
There's reference to a traffic stop that I made while doing radar.
Prior to that discussion, excuse me, did you have more than one discussion with them?
Yes, I did.
And in your first discussion, did you have a more thorough discussion?
Yes, I can't remember exactly when that was. The first time was kind of what was going on, and then I had a second or third conversation with them.
Okay. At any point in time, were you allowed to review your police report?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you ask to see your police report?
I called them, and I also contacted the Village of Hortonville for it
Okay.
as well.
Now, did you review your police report before
Yes, I did.
speaking with them in detail?
Yes, I did.
Could you identify the document that's in front of you marked as Exhibit 21? And it's going to be the document that's behind the tab.
Yes, that would be my police report.
Did you prepare that report?
Yes, I did.
And when did you prepare it?
I believe it would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. When you prepare a police report, what responsibility do you have to provide truthful and accurate information?
I make sure the facts are, I have the facts and truthful, and with the video, I always attempt to review any video in squad videos if you have the capability of doing so.
And is that prior to completing your report, you review the video?
I can do it, we had the capability in Hortonville where I watched it and wrote at the same time.
Okay. In this matter involving this incident, did you review your squad video before completing the report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to walk you through. Can you tell us about the incident that occurred on August 24, 2011? What happened in this incident that caused the traffic stop of Casey Smith?
Okay, so we have been getting a lot of complaints of a lot of speeding in that general area, and I just happened to be doing radar and observed. First of all, I heard 3 motorcycles. Based on the experience, I could tell they're what I call a crotch rocket type motorcycles. I could hear the engines, and I could tell that they're moving based on the noise. And they're driving westbound, and when I got the radar up, I observed 3 motorcycles. They were there's a curve there, and I want to say at the time there were at least 1.5 to 2 car lengths at the max, widths apart. And the radar produced a clear out of tone, and basically they were between 63 and 75 miles per hour. And at the time, it's posted 35 mile per hour zone.
After you clocked them with your radar, what did you then do?
Based on the speed, I immediately put my emergency lights on to let them know that, number one, that I saw them. I pulled out behind them after they passed me, and went to attempt to do a traffic stop on them.
Do you remember if you used a siren?
I do believe I tapped the siren, just kind of make an audio, just to verify that they knew what was behind me as well.
Okay. So you're following these motorcycles, correct?
I think by the time I pulled out, well, at least the one pulled over, it was maybe about 0.2 of a mile total before they pulled over, because there's a curve there.
Mhm.
So they pulled over once they rounded the curve.
So you pull out, your lights are on, and does one of them pull over?
Yes, prior to that, all three of them kind of looked at each other and then looked back at me. They made that motion, and at that point, all three started to slow down to the point that I thought they were going to stop.
Okay. So when you say slow down, what do you mean by slow down?
Basically, like they were going to be anywhere between 63 to 75, and they slowed down to the point that I thought they were going to come to a stop. I don't know exactly how fast or how fast they slowed down to, but it was a noticeable slowdown where I thought they let off the accelerator.
Okay. So what happens when they slow down to the point where you thought they had let off the accelerator? What did two of the motorcycles then do?
So they looked at each other again, they looked back at me. I could physically see that they looked at me. Okay, so I thought they were going to stop. At that point, one stopped, and two of them accelerated at a high rate of speed and basically left the area.
Now, could you describe for me what you mean by they accelerated at a high rate of speed?
Sure, they basically zoomed, I guess you can say they gunned it. That's the word I used. They accelerated at a high rate of speed, and basically, in my opinion and experience, it was basically to elude me.
How many years of law enforcement experience do you have, sir?
16 years.
16 years? Now, in your report, you indicate that you made a contact on the stop with a gentleman named Casey Smith. Do you recall that contact?
Yes, I do.
And what did that contact involve with Mr. Smith?
So I initiated the traffic stop. I approached individuals, and first question I asked was who were the two individuals that left the traffic stop, and they admitted to Mr. Is it Spurl, if I pronounce it right, and I believe that Davis, I believe the person was.
Okay. What else did you learn from Mr. Smith?
I asked, first of all, if he observed my emergency lights, and he admitted that he did. I did question that if he thought his other two friends who left observed the emergency lights, and he goes, yeah, it was quite obvious that they knew I was behind them.
Now, during that traffic stop, did anyone pull up near you?
Yes, when I was doing, I can't remember if I was in the squad or outside talking to the motorcyclist, but a car approaching the other direction stopped me and said two motorcycles were driving, I think they said the word recklessly, in the same direction as two motorcycles left.
Now, following that traffic stop, you subsequently made contact with Paul Sporl, correct?
Yes, I did that evening.
What did you discuss with Mr. Sporl?
I talked to him about who I was and about the traffic incident, and asked him a basic question about the traffic stop.
Do you recall if you had already watched the squad video before you contacted Mr. Sporl or after?
I believe I did both. I believe I did before and after I did.
What did you learn from Mr. Sporl?
At first, he denied ever seeing me behind him. I questioned him again, told him I watched the video. At that point, he said he saw me, but it was through his rearview mirror only. So he kind of changed his story about if he saw me or not.
Based on the information Mr. Sporl provided to you during that phone call, did you formulate an opinion as to whether he was truthful with you?
Yeah, I believe and he actually changed the story I think 3 times during that brief conversation I had. Based on the conversation, I do believe he knowingly saw me, and he chose to elude me, or choose to yield.
Has a situation like that happened to you in other circumstances during your 16-year law enforcement career?
Unfortunately, yes.
You have discretion as a law enforcement officer as to what charges are rendered, correct?
Yes, we do.
In all circumstances, would you issue an eluding charge in this situation?
That was brought up, yes, we could have.
You chose not to?
Yes, I don't honestly do not know the reason why we did not. It was brought up that we could have charged him, or at least refer charges to the district attorney for eluding.
Okay. And did you consider an obstruction charge?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And is there a reason you didn't issue an obstruction charge?
I cannot, like I said, the chief and I spoke about it. I think we both watched the video, and I think we just came to the conclusion that we gave him the ticket that we did.
Now, would you classify the driving of those two motorcyclists as nothing crazy?
It was definitely reckless.
Were they just out for a drive that day? Nothing crazy?
Well, they could have been out for a drive, but based on the speed, it was not your everyday driving.
When you were contacted by representatives of the Professional Standards Division, was that by telephone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Could you identify the document that's marked as Exhibit 25?
Yes, it would be my phone call investigation, my insurance investigation phone call.
Have you had a chance to review that transcription?
Yes, I did.
What is your opinion as to the content of that transcription as to how you recollect the call?
It pretty much sums up that the incident was reckless and that there was some dishonesty with the drivers.
Let me phrase the question then.
Okay.
Does the transcription itself serve as a reflection of your recollection of the call?
Yes, it does.
For the commission's purposes, there is a recording of the call that's available for you. With all that said, I think for efficiency purposes, we don't need to play the recording per se. The commission can listen to it if it so chooses. Can you turn to page 2 of that transcription?
Yes.
There's a question that begins, Lieutenant Wesley says to you, okay, so you ended up pulling behind all three. You're trying to stop him. The guy, he's the one that pulls over, and the other two, do they gun it? Do you remember, or do they just keep going the same speed? Could you read your response?
What I remember, right, is that they started to slow down, and then just like that, the two just took off at a pretty good rate of speed, because as I was on the traffic stop, I do remember someone saying, hey, just so you know, two motorcycles are driving like idiots just down the road from you. So they took off at a pretty good rate of speed. They started to slow down, but then they just gunned it.
Who's Julie Shue?
Julie Shue was their administrator, and she also worked in the courts at the time in Hortonville.
Do you remember having a discussion with Julie Shue following this traffic stop on or around August 24, 2011?
I did.
Do you recall when that discussion occurred?
I don't know exactly when it occurred.
Do you recall if it was a few days after the incident or a few years?
Oh, it's definitely a few days, because she received my tickets and she made a compliment that we finally started catching the speeders on that roadway.
Did she indicate to you that she had observed that incident?
Yes, she did.
And do you recall any of that discussion at all?
I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know she lived in the area, and she basically made a comment that she heard the motorcycles and she saw me sit down there because of where she lived.
Prior to August 24, 2011, had you ever had any contact with Paul Sporl?
No.
And following August 24, 2011 of that phone call, until today, have you had any contact with Paul Sporl?
I have not.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Just a few brief questions. I have to ask, why did you leave Hortonville Police Department?
Sure, the reason I left was there's some, I guess you could say, controversy going on between the chief at the time, and it was just for my best interest. I just couldn't handle the, I guess you could say, politics, and it was just best my interest that I left the department on my own choosing.
Was there any discipline that was going to be rendered or that you were facing?
No,
Okay. You just left before any of that could occur?
correct.
Okay. Now, in regard to the Professional Standards Division from Green Bay contacting you, I just want to make clear. They made a contact with you first to let you know why they were contacting you?
Yes, they called me at, like, again, middle or end of October.
At that time, they said, we'd like to talk to you about a traffic incident you had in 2011?
I believe it just about an incident about an individual that I dealt with in 2011.
Did they give you enough information where you were able to look at an incident report or refresh your memory?
I can't remember if it was the first phone call or second phone call before I received the name and then the incident.
Okay, and then on the second phone call, you had 2 phone calls with them?
Yes, the first phone call, and I was busy at the time, so they had to recontact me. And then after they kind of spoke with me, at that point, that's when I got the police report.
So you had the police report before you talked to them?
After the second interview, or phone conversation I had with them, I obtained the police report.
And then you had this actual interview with them?
I believe so. I can't recall exactly how they looked, to be honest.
Okay. So you had the police report to refresh your memory before you had this interview?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Actually, if I rephrase that, they actually questioned me about it, and I went off from memory on that. And then I believe the second interview is when I got the police report, and then we kind of questioned it again. But first time, it was not, I did not have the police report, it was off from memory, based on the description and so on.
Based on Exhibit 25 that's in front of you, it says internal investigation phone call with you. Do you recall if that was from the first phone call or the second phone call when you had the incident report?
I want to say it was at least the second interview, is when I got the police report then, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall anything about your first conversation with them?
I do not, to be honest, because I was working at the time, and it kind of caught me off guard, so I really don't remember the conversation. I know I spoke with them about it. I can't remember how long the conversation was.
Now, you had mentioned that there was you've said it in your report, and also Exhibit 21, your incident report, that there was a citizen witness that drove up to you and talked about the motorcycle guys, 2 guys driving down the road recklessly. Did you get that citizen's name?
I don't believe I did. I can't say yes or no, to be honest then.
Okay, because it's, Exhibit 21 just says, should be noted while I was speaking with Smith, a citizen passing by stopped stating 2 motorcycle guys were driving East Highway MM very fast and recklessly. So if you didn't detail in your report, you didn't have the name.
If I would have, I probably would have put it in there.
And just 2 other things. In regard to the last page of Exhibit 21 is the citation that was actually entered. Can you explain to us why it is that there is no actual speed listed, and instead of being a speeding citation with so many miles over the speed limit, it's listed as unreasonable and imprudent speed?
Are you talking, which one are you talking about?
The very last page of Exhibit 21.
Okay. At that point, I don't believe there is a speed in that type of statute. It's just unreasonable if there's an actual speed that you put into that.
Well, why didn't you issue a citation with, it's going 70 miles an hour in a 35 zone then?
Based on because I felt it. So at the time, there was 3 motorcycles, and I had 2 clocked anywhere between 65 and 71, or something, in 3 different speeds. And I don't think it was fair for me to say this one was going 65, this one was going 73. I felt based on the citation, because there's such a group, I gave them the unreasonable and imprudent speed. Because I could prove that all 3 of them were definitely in excess of the speed limit at least.
And I do have a complete report.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
The actual report just has it, it's not in the books before the commission, but the actual report that the city's provided has a citation issued for this Casey Smith,
Okay,
the guy you pulled over.
sure.
It has it as a speeding 30 to 34 miles an hour, and it has his actual speed of 65 in a 35 zone, 30 over.
Okay.
Why was it that you were able to list him and you thought it was fair to do that as opposed to not giving anything to Paul Sporl?
I'm guessing based on, like, two of them, in fact, if I go back to my police report, I think,
You sure may.
I believe it says I was able to clock one of the motorcycles at that speed, and the other two front motorcycles were basically between two different speeds. And the third motorcycle, I had enough radar that I was able to clock them, that one individually. So
Yeah,
it
if you
was
could look at
exactly-
your incident report as part of Exhibit 21, it's like the second and third page of Exhibit 21. Do you see it
Oh,
anywhere in there?
I'm sorry, yeah, the first paragraph, it shows I had two motorcycles clocked between 70 and 73 miles per hour. And then I was able to do a manual track and lock the third motorcycle and was able to lock that one in by itself at 65 miles per hour.
And just so that we have a clear record, the third motorcycle driver, Jesse Daves, you don't list an actual speed for him either. You write on reasonable and prudent speed, correct?
Okay,
Correct?
correct,
Let me take a look just to make sure.
yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't issue an obstruction ticket for Officer Sproul, did you?
I did not.
And you did not issue a fleeing ticket, right?
A what?
A fleeing?
I did not.
And you said that you sat down with the chief and reviewed your squad video and that decision was made as a result of that?
I don't know how we came up with the decision of what citation to issue, but ultimately that's the decision we made to issue those citations.
But you testified that the chief sat down and looked at that squad video with you, right?
We reviewed it, yes.
Did you inform the professional standard division officers from Green Bay that you and the chief had viewed the squad video and before decisions were made in issuing tickets?
I believe so, but I know also said I couldn't remember exactly how we came up to that decision. I can't believe I said Chief and I specifically.
So today might be the first time you've let anyone know that you and the chief saw the video.
It could be, I can't, but I honestly recall if I said specifically, I said Chief and I.
Because no one from the Green Bay professional, the SPD unit sat down and talked to the chief in Hortonville about the video.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Any redirect?
Just one question. Is Chief Sullivan still the chief in Hortonville?
No, he's not.
Okay. And do you know why he's no longer the chief in Hortonville?
I don't know exact reasons. I know there's a lot of internal investigation stuff going on, and he was dismissed or let go. I don't know exactly the full outcome. Again, the reason why I left before everything went down the way it did.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Any recross?
Just to be clear, you said that Julie Shu, you spoke to her within a couple of days after this incident, right?
Yes, because she was the court commissioner and she also administered kind of both.
Right,
And
right.
she reviewed, obviously she reviews our tickets, so if she, her and I talked about it.
And she told you she heard the motorcycles?
Yes,
Do you recall if there was any back and forth with her in regard to actual things that she saw?
I don't know if that's 2001, I can't remember that conversation.
So you can recall is that she said she heard the motorcycles?
I do remember that because obviously with the speed and so on, and then accumulates and make motorcycles make.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Nothing further.
Great. Anything from the commission? Okay, thank you.
Officer Kleeman's dismissed from his subpoena. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Quinn.
Our next witness will be Julie Shu.
Sure, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the reporter, please?
Julianne Shu, Julianne, Shu, SCHUH.
Ms. Shu, in front of you is a book of exhibits that the attorneys may refer to, as well as a statement of charges. All right, Attorney Glee.
Who do you work for, Ms. Shu?
I work for the Village of Hortonville Police Department.
Now, back in 2011, who did you work for?
For the Village of Hortonville Municipal Court.
And in what capacity did you serve the municipal court in 2011?
I was the court clerk.
How long have you worked in the police department?
Since last September, I worked for the court until 2014. It was August, and then I went to the Grand Chute Police Department for 3 years, and then came back when there was an opening last September.
In what capacity do you serve the Village of Hortonville Police Department?
As the administrative assistant.
And what are your responsibilities as administrative assistant in the department?
The tracks, citations, transmitting those, correspondence, records management, open records release.
Prior to today, have you had any contact with Paul Sporl?
No,
Did you even know who Paul Sporl was?
no.
I want to take you back to August of 2011. Do you recall an incident involving motorcycles driving on a road near your home?
I do.
And could you describe for the commission what you observed on that date?
I didn't observe a lot. It was more of what I'd heard. And I recall being outside in my yard that night, and I heard the bikes approaching. And I had looked up because I didn't know how many they were, but it was fairly loud. And I saw 3 bikes pass through down on Crest Street. And then saw Officer Kleeman in pursuit.
What did you hear then at that point in time?
It sounded like they were moving quite fast. You know, the engines were, whining pretty loudly.
Okay. Were you able to observe the motorcycles moving at all?
I saw them briefly. There are some trees and houses at the bottom of the hill, but I saw the 3 come through.
Can you estimate for the commission approximately from where the motorcyclists were on the road to where you were standing, how far that might be?
Roughly 150 yards,
Okay.
or maybe 200. I'm not a good,
Pretty fair distance away.
yes.
Were you contacted by investigators from the City of Green Bay Professional Standards Division about this incident?
Indirectly, the first time I spoke with them, they had called, I believe it was Lieutenant Wesley called, and they were attempting to get video of the incident. And I had not spoken to him about that before, but when he started to explain the incident they were looking into, I recalled, and I said, I remember when that happened.
Mhm.
So then I had spoken with him briefly on the phone, and then they came down, I don't know how many days or weeks later, I did not keep track, but they had come down to see whether the video had been found, and then I spoke with them further on that day.
Okay. And prior to this contact by the Professional Standards Division investigators, had you been contacted by any Professional Standards Division investigator from the City of Green Bay about this particular incident involving
No.
Paulsboro?
No.
Could you turn to your binder and identify there's a document in there that's marked as Exhibit 24? Could you identify what that document is?
It would be our conversation that day that occurred when they came down to the police department.
Did you tell the law enforcement officers the truth that day?
Yes.
With regard, have you seen that transcript before this moment?
Earlier, when I arrived.
And based on your recollection of the discussion, does that transcription reflect the content that you discussed with the investigators?
Other than a few minor, I mean, it's Crestview Drive, not Crestwood, but yes, it does follow our conversation we had.
Okay. Now, you've heard the sound of crotch rockets before, correct?
Yes,
And you heard the sound of crotch rockets that day?
yes,
Is it the same sound that you're used to when I use the term crotch rockets?
yes.
Did the sounds that you heard sound like motorcycle operators who were out for a drive, nothing crazy?
No, it sounded to me, I mean, it caught my attention because I knew they were traveling at a pretty fast, they were moving pretty good because of the volume.
Did you have any discussion with Chad Kleeman following this incident, about this incident?
I did.
And could you relay when that discussion occurred?
It would have been within a few days after, when I received the tickets from the police department, and I was looking them over. And when I saw the charge and the location and the vehicle type, I knew it was probably related. And I just remember asking Chad, you got the guys, or something to that effect.
Ms. Shu, thank you.
You're right, Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Shu, I know this is not an easy thing for you to do either. Because I noticed in reviewing the transcript that once Lieutenant Wesley said, "I'm going to take notes, if that's okay with you," on page 1 onto the top of page 2, your testimony was, "Oh, good. Tell me I'm not going to be subpoenaed for something," right? So I know this isn't easy for you.
Right.
And I'm not going to make it difficult. Then, I guess the one thing I do want to ask is, do you have enough experience with riding motorcycles to know the sound in regard to what would be within the legal limit of speed as opposed to not?
My son had a crotch rocket.
And did you follow him to see how that sounded when he was going fast as opposed to slow?
Had a ride on it once.
Okay. So you know what it's like then to hear the
I
sound?
do.
Okay.
And I hear them and see them quite a bit.
And if I recall right on your testimony on page 8 of Exhibit 21, Lieutenant Wesley asked you in the middle of the page, you don't remember if they were looking back over their shoulder or, and you say, "I didn't see that," right?
No, I didn't.
And the fact of it is what you observed or what you are recounting is mostly what you heard and not because you didn't see anything, right?
Correct. Well, I saw the bikes. I knew that they were crotch rockets
Okay.
because I saw them pass through, albeit quickly. So I could associate the sound of the bikes with those bikes.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
You redirect?
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything from the commission?
I do have some questions I gotta ask.
Okay.
The area that we're talking about, is it Crest Street?
Crest and Crestview.
Crestview. Is that a residential area, the
Yes.
area we're observing?
Yes.
Okay, and the speed limit in that area, do you know it?
35.
It is 35. Does it transmission into a 65 very closely? Are you in the middle of town, end of town?
A 45. We live on the edge of the village. It's a 35. You round a curve and then down a straightaway, it goes to 45.
Up to 45.
Yes.
And you said it was a residential area. Are there residences in the area?
There are some, and then, fields. It's not a densely populated area.
That's all I wanted.
Okay, any other redirect, recross?
Nothing from us.
After this, all right. I failed to ask, are you okay with relieving both witnesses from the subpoena?
Oh, absolutely, that's not an issue.
Okay, great. All right, thanks, and you as well, Kyle. Thank you. Okay, Attorney Pulliam, your next witness.
Prefer to keep moving?
Sure.
Thank you. Chief Smith.
Got to catch up to you now.
Sorry.
Chief, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Will you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
I'm Chief Andrew Smith, ANDREW-SMITH, Chief of Police for the City of Green Bay.
Chief, you already took my first question. I'll ask you my next question. How long have you served the city of Green Bay as its chief of police?
I was appointed the Chief of Police here on February 1st, 2016.
And how long have you served in your career in law enforcement?
30 years this month.
Over the course of your career, prior to coming to Green Bay, in what capacity did you serve?
I was a police officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and commander for the Los Angeles Police Department for a little over 27 years prior to coming here. Variety of assignments from patrol, specialized units, administrative assignments, captain, commander, that type of thing.
When you were in Los Angeles, did you ever handle any Brady issues?
Yes, I did.
You ever testified in court? Have you ever testified in court in any matter?
Sir.
Chief, 11 months into the job, there's a night shift investigation that commences, correct?
Yes.
What did that night shift investigation mean to this organization, to you as chief of police?
I think it was nothing short of devastating to this agency. This was the largest investigation, to my knowledge, in the history of this department. And it involved harassment, it involved all kinds of terrible things being committed by members of our Night Watch.
What changes have you taken on as part of this organization in follow-up to that night shift investigation?
Countless, really. We've changed some supervision. We changed some structure in the department. We've removed some people from their positions. Others were left voluntarily. Disciplined more than half a dozen people specifically for incidents on the night shift. We had a tremendous amount of work to do with the community to start to try and rebuild the trust that we lost when people found out about the terrible things that some of our employees were doing. And it goes on from there. I mean, it could continue for the rest of the afternoon if you like.
Now, pertaining to that night shift investigation, sir, there were a lot of internal investigatory interviews conducted, correct?
Yes.
Did you review those investigatory interviews?
Some of the interviews I watched live through the video feed in the Professional Standards Office. Others I reviewed by looking at the videotaped evidence. Others I reviewed by reading the transcriptions or the summations prepared by Professional Standards Division.
Now, Chief, as Chief of Police, you have many different responsibilities in addition to reviewing internal investigations, correct?
Yes.
What are many of those other responsibilities, sir?
Ensuring that the department runs properly. We have a $25 million budget that I have to try and maintain. We have countless community obligations. We have a commitment to our schools, to keeping our kids safe. Everything you can think of about policing in the city of Green Bay is ultimately my responsibility.
Did you watch the internal investigatory interviews of Officer Paul Sporl dated December 28, 2016?
Yes.
And did you watch the January 29, 2017 interview of Officer Sporl?
Yes.
And did you watch the December 7, 2017 investigatory interview of Officer Paul Sporl involving his background investigation?
Yes.
And you also conducted Laudermill hearings with Officer Sporl, correct?
That's correct.
What's the purpose of the Loudermill hearing to you, Chief?
Loudermill hearing is an opportunity for the officer to fill me in or tell me anything that I might have missed in the course of the investigation. Gives them an opportunity to have one last say as to what's going on prior to me meeting out any discipline.
Chief, I want to walk you through a little bit of a timeline here.
Okay.
Officer Paul Sporl is interviewed on December 28, 2016. Do you recall when you first were able to watch that December 28 interview?
I don't recall when I watched it. I spoke to the officers that day, but I don't recall watching that for some period of time afterwards.
Now, this is in the middle of the night shift investigation commencing, essentially, correct?
Right, this is kind of the infancy or the beginning of that whole investigation, which just became more widespread as time went on, included more people and more interviews.
And do you recall when you were able to first watch the January 29 interview?
Would have been sometime significantly after January 29th. I don't remember the date.
After you watched those interviews, what did you then do?
I reviewed all the evidence that we had in the case up to that point, even though it wasn't completed. And then shortly thereafter, I directed my professional standards division to bring that information over to the district attorney's office for consideration for a Brady letter.
Why did you direct your professional standards division to contact the district attorney? For what purpose?
Because I'm obligated to do that, because I believe that there may be information there that would rise to the level of a Brady violation, that would trigger a Brady letter. And so I wanted to give them the opportunity to review that prior to me finishing up the evidence, finishing up the investigation and giving any discipline.
Now, you refer to whether the DA needs to issue a Brady letter. What in your mind triggers the need for a Brady letter?
Whenever we as a department or anybody has any exculpatory information that's, that would be required to be given to the defense, for instance, if an officer lies or an officer has committed serious misconduct of that nature, that would be exculpatory evidence, and we're obligated to provide that to the defense.
Chief, are you obligated to wait until there is a formal finding by a police and fire commission as to whether an individual is untruthful before you notify the district attorney?
No.
In your prior experience as a law enforcement professional, have you waited until there was a formal finding by the body before providing notice to a district attorney of exculpatory evidence?
No.
Chief, if you had to notify the district attorney of other officers that worked or worked for this agency as to whether the district attorney would consider issue a Brady letter?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you've done that as chief?
Probably half a dozen times I've sent information over and asked them if they were to consider for Brady letter, probably half a dozen times.
Is it your decision as to whether a Brady letter is issued?
No,
Whose decision is it, Chief?
the district attorneys.
And is that in the same construct as when you worked in Los Angeles?
Yes.
With regard to Officer Jeancourt, do you remember whether the information was provided to the district attorney before or after the Police and Fire Commission terminated Officer Jeancourt's employment?
Before.
Chief, do you have any reservation as to the interviews that were conducted by Lieutenant Wesley and Keith Gehring, Lieutenants Wesley and Keith Gehring of Officer Paul Sporl?
No reservation.
Did you find their conduct as threatening?
No.
Did you find their conduct as intimidating?
No.
As screaming?
No.
As frustrated?
Yes.
Do you believe that they made a reasonable effort to gather information from Officer Sporl?
Absolutely.
During your Loudermill hearings, do you remember the first Loudermill hearing you had with Officer Sporl?
Yes.
During that hearing, did you afford Officer Sporl the opportunity to provide you with any information that he wanted to share?
I did.
And in fact, in your letter, you offered to him the ability to provide any information he wanted to share, correct?
Yes.
Did Officer Sporl provide you with any information in that Loudermill hearing that changed your mind as to whether Officer Sporl had engaged in untruthful behavior?
No, I did not.
You've been present for the hearing of all the testimony presented so far involving the December 28 and the January 29 interviews, correct?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented so far during this hearing changed your mind as to whether Officer Sporl was untruthful?
No.
Chief, I believe you may have already answered this indirectly, but what is your conclusion regarding the conduct that Paul Sporl engaged in during his witness interviews from December 28, 2016 and January 29, 2017?
I think he was dishonest in those interviews. I think he lacked candor. I think he failed to provide information when he was directed. And even after multiple reminders and multiple directions from our investigators, he continued to provide misleading or incorrect information.
With the Loudermill hearing dated August 7, 2017, did Paul Sporl say anything to you that gave you reasons to believe that he had plausible explanations for his statements to the PSD investigators that would actually make him appear forthright and honest?
No.
What was your takeaway from the August 7, 2017 Loudermill hearing, sir?
I would say it reaffirmed my belief that he had been dishonest in his dealings with my professional standards division personnel, and it reaffirmed my conclusion that he needed to be removed from the Green Bay Police Department.
Now, prior to that Loudermill hearing, you had already received the July 26th letter from District Attorney D. Lissay, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Sporl, we know, was placed on administrative leave on July 31st, 2017.
Correct.
Can you explain for the commission why there was a delay in placing Officer Sporl on administrative leave?
If I had to do it all over again, I would have placed him on administrative leave December 28th as soon as I heard the information from our PSD personnel. I did not review the tape at that time because it was very early in the infancy, and I wanted to give him the opportunity. I knew he was going to have to come in for another set of interviews, and I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, basically. We had several other major investigations that occurred shortly thereafter, and to be honest with you, part of this investigation was put on a back burner while we had to deal with those other two investigations, one of which involved criminal misconduct, felonious criminal misconduct by one of our officers. So, short answer is, I wish I would have. I wish I would have that very day sent him home so that we wouldn't have taken that risk of having him make testimony in court.
Now, when you received the letter from District Attorney Lissay, Paul Sporl was placed on administrative leave a few days later. What caused Officer Sporl to be placed on administrative leave at that time?
Well, that letter from the district attorney confirming that he was a Brady-issued officer just confirmed my belief that he had been disingenuous and dishonest in his answers in those interviews. And together, it just reaffirmed my belief that he could no longer be a police officer here.
So from July 31 until August 7, you have a Loudermill hearing during that time. There's about a week time span there, correct?
Yes.
Did you actually file charges with this Police and Fire Commission following that Loudermill hearing back in August 2017?
We did not file formal charges on there. We were trying to work out some type of a settlement, is my recollection, between his attorney and our attorney to see if he would resign his position.
Now, prior to the filing of these charges in March of 2018, were there charges before this commission involving Paul Sporl?
There were charges prepared, is my recollection, but they never went forward.
Okay. Well, they were never processed by the commission because were they dismissed by the commission?
Correct.
Or withdrawn?
Withdrawn ultimately.
Thank you. All right. Chief, you have your Brady Policy 606, correct? Brady Policy 606.
We do have Brady Policy 606, yes.
You're familiar with that policy, correct?
Yes.
As it pertains to that policy, you testified earlier that the policy requires you to notify the district attorney of exculpatory evidence. What else does that policy require of the department?
That periodically you go back and assess individuals' backgrounds in case they have something inside of their, or in the instant that something arises, that may be consideration for a Brady letter.
Now, as it relates to the review of the personnel files, does that initiate immediately a formal investigation into that officer on their personnel file records?
Not necessarily.
Okay. What would trigger the formal investigation?
If the initial review of the personnel file revealed anything that might be significant, then I would ask that the detectives or the investigators go back and look into that.
Now, as it relates to Paul Sporl's background, is that what happened in this circumstance? The formal investigation was initiated?
Exactly.
It's been a busy year, unfortunately, for Green Bay as it relates to investigations and discipline. Have you authorized, or have you directed the review of personnel files of other department personnel or former members of this department?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many?
I would guess half a dozen, 8 perhaps.
And is there a reason that you can come up with that number?
Well, I think I can just think offhand of a couple of people that have left the department. I remember asking our professional standards, how the heck did we hire Rob Korth? How on earth did we miss this type of an individual, and how could we possibly have hired someone like that? And I wanted them to go back and look and contact the other agency to find out, how he got on the job. Casey Masick was another one. I was interested in what possible reason we could have hired this guy. And then a couple other people we've looked at, of course, that have been mentioned before.
Chief, could you turn to Exhibit 9? Are you familiar with that letter?
Yes.
What does that letter mean to your law enforcement agency?
This is a Brady letter from the district attorney officer. That's what we call it. And that means that this officer cannot work for our law enforcement agency.
Could you describe to the commission why that officer can no longer work for your law enforcement agency?
Well, he cannot complete the duties that's necessary to be a police officer. He cannot fully testify in court and do some of the other things that are necessary for a police officer to be here. We have no positions in the Green Bay Police Department for officers that can't do their job. We have no back office where we put people that have Brady letters. We just can't afford it. And I can't put an officer that has a Brady letter out there in the community where he has a risk of having to testify and losing cases, or having cases not filed because he can't fully testify in court.
Now, Chief, is it your understanding that cases have not been pursued because of this Brady letter involving Officer Sporl?
Based on DA Lassay's testimony yesterday, it's my understanding there were at least 2 cases that were not filed, that victims were not able to get justice because they involved Paul Sporl.
Did you give any input to DA Lassay regarding whether you believed he should issue a Brady letter?
No.
If the commission were to retain Paul Sporl and he were placed back in service with this Brady letter in place, then what do you believe would be the effect on your law enforcement agency's ability to perform services for this community?
Well, I think it would be devastating. I think, first of all, I don't have a place for an officer that's Brady impaired. There's no position for that. So I would have to, I guess, conceptually create a position for that. But with the information out there in the community about what this officer did, his lack of candor and his untruthfulness in those interviews, that's in the paper this morning, and it's been on the news, and it's common knowledge in our community based on a community meeting I went to just last night. I think our department would lose credibility with the community if we were to allow an officer like Paul Sporl to remain on our department.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, could you turn to Exhibit 14? Are you familiar with that document, sir?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of this letter from the City Attorney's Office?
This is a letter from City Attorney Vanessa Chavez, and this letter basically says that they will not use a Brady impaired officer in any municipal prosecutions, which means they will not call an officer. Once they have a Brady letter from the district attorney, they will not call him for any issues with the City Attorney's Office.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl is able to perform the full range of law enforcement responsibilities expected of a Green Bay law enforcement officer with his position?
No.
Could you explain that answer, sir?
There are several things that he's required to do as a law enforcement officer, one of which is testify in court. He clearly can't testify in district court because he has a Brady letter, and that would have to be considered and revealed to anyone that is being prosecuted. He won't be called to any municipal court, which is the huge bulk of what our officers do, is going to municipal court. He won't be called to any of those because he's Brady impaired.
Chief, if neither District Attorney Lasay's letter existed, and if Attorney Chavez's letter did not exist, then would you approach this matter differently involving Paul Sporl?
No, I would not.
Could you explain for the commission why?
We would still be here today, even if there's not a Brady issue, because we cannot have an officer who has violated the public trust by lying and by being deceitful and by trying to protect his friends who are committing grotesque misconduct. We cannot have an officer like that in our department. Even without a Brady letter, even without a letter from Vanessa Chavez, we have no place for an officer like that, and I would be here, same as I am now, asking for his removal.
Chief, you took an oath when you became chief of this agency?
Yes, I did.
And did you take an oath when you worked for Los Angeles?
Yes, I did.
What does the oath that Paul Sporl takes mean to you as the chief of police of this agency?
It's the oath we all take, and it's what sets us apart from civilians, is that we've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of Wisconsin. And that means a lot for those of us that wear a uniform every day, that we are expected to be honest all the time, expected to be forthright, and expected to have the courage to stand up and to protect those people that can't be protected.
Chief, when an oath is administered, who's present when that oath is administered to an officer?
Here in Green Bay, it's chief of police, family, friends, other police officers, other candidates that are being selected, police and fire commissioners, mayor generally.
Do you believe Paul Sporl violated his oath with the conduct that he is engaged in that is the subject of these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Now, Chief, you've been present for all of the testimony that's been presented so far, correct?
Yes, sir.
You heard Lieutenant Wesley and Lieutenant Gehring identify their reasons why they believe the department policies have been violated.
Yes,
Do
I
you
have.
recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you disagree with their testimony as to the policies that they've identified as being violated?
I disagree with none of it.
Okay. Now, in your charges themselves, and if you'd like to refer to them, you may, but it's in page 16, paragraphs 55 through 60. You identify specific rule violations that you believe Officer Sporl has engaged in. Would you turn to that page if you need to?
Attorney, what pages were those again?
Page 16 of 23, paragraphs 55 through 60.
Thank you.
Ready, Chief?
Sir.
Based on all the information that you've considered, Chief, do you have any modification as to those decisions that you have made as to Paul Sporl's conduct and the recommendation that you have to the commission?
No, sir.
Chief, a couple of quick questions here. Do you believe that Paul Sporl is aware of your standards of conduct?
Yes.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl knew that when he filled out his job application document that he was to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl, when he filled out his background questionnaire, knew that he was to tell the truth?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the security interview, correct?
Yes.
As it relates to that security interview, there's a directive that's given to the candidate. Do you recall that directive?
I don't recall the specific wording of it.
The directive in and of itself requires the candidate to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl was aware of that directive?
I believe so.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl was aware of the directives that were issued to him during each interview by Lieutenant Wesley and Keith Gehring to tell the truth and be forthright?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Paul Sporl knew what was expected of him and that he could be disciplined if he didn't comply with those directives?
Yes.
Do you believe that the obligation to be truthful, to obey orders, and to not engage in unbecoming conduct is reasonable for the effective operation of this agency?
Yes.
Can you please explain for the commission why you believe that?
I think without that and without our officers behaving in that manner, we can't have an agency that has the public trust. And that is critical for us to complete our mission. We have to have the public able to trust us, to trust that we're going to go out there and do the right thing, that we're going to testify truthfully and honestly, that we're going to stand up when we see misconduct, and we are not going to allow the things that we've seen here today and yesterday occur in our department. I think the public needs to know that. I think they have a right to that.
Chief, I asked you earlier about the December 28 and January 29 investigatory interviews. As to the investigation involving the Hortonville incident, do you consider the investigation into Paul Sporl's background involving the Hortonville incident to be a reasonable effort to discover whether Officer Sporl violated the rules or directives issued to him before you filed these charges?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that both of these investigations were conducted in a fair and objective manner?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that your investigators were out to get Paul Sporl?
No.
Does the department currently employ any other law enforcement officer who has been issued a Brady letter?
Absolutely not.
How many subordinates serve under your command, Chief?
I have about 184 sworn and probably another 30 civilians.
And how many positions are authorized in this department?
194 sworn is our authorized number.
During your tenure as Chief of Police here, does this police department currently employ any other law enforcement officer who has been subjected to an internal investigation resulting in a finding of untruthfulness by you as the Chief of Police?
No.
To your knowledge, does the police department currently employ any other law enforcement officer who you believe has not been truthful during that officer's background investigation?
No.
Chief, prior to the filing of these charges, did you consider Paul Sporl's record of service with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Now, Paul Sporl was issued a disciplinary suspension by you of 2 days back in 2017. Do you recall?
I recall him getting a disciplinary suspension of 2 days, yes, sir.
And how long has Paul Sporl served this agency?
He's been employed for about 3 years now, I believe.
And he's been, in approximately 10 months, he's been on administrative leave, correct?
Correct.
As it pertains to his employment, what information did you consider as for his record of service in rendering your decision in filing these charges?
Well, I looked at everything. Looked at the current complaint, looked at the Brady letter, looked at all the issues in his background, looked at his performance, looked at his personnel file, and considered everything before I make a decision like that.
Let's cut to the chase, Chief. Can an untruthful officer serve under your command even if they have an impeccable record?
Absolutely not.
Now, Chief, do you have a philosophy as to what discipline means?
Yes.
Could you explain for the commission that philosophy as to discipline?
I think the purpose of discipline really is threefold. Number one, it lets the officer that's involved with the discipline know that they have violated the trust that we have and violated the rules of the department. Number two, it sets a tone for the rest of the department that this is acceptable or unacceptable behavior. It sets that line. And number three, it sends a message to the community that the chief of police and the department pay attention to what's going on inside of their department and hold people accountable for their actions. And that's how we get that cornerstone of community trust that is so important for policing, especially today in America.
Chief, based on all the information you've reviewed about these matters involving Paul Sporl, what is your recommendation to this commission?
My recommendation is that this police and fire commission, remove Paul Sporl from his position as a police officer for the city of Green Bay.
And could you briefly explain your reason why Paul Sporl must be removed?
I think Paul Sporl's actions, his lack of candor, his untruthfulness to our investigators and to the incident in Hortonville, coupled with him receiving a Brady letter, rise to the level of misconduct such that he can no longer function as a police officer, and he can no longer certainly function as a police officer for the city of Green Bay.
Thank you, Chief.
Ross?
Thank you. Morning, Chief.
Good morning, sir.
Or I guess it's afternoon, I'm sorry. Losing my time. One of the things I do want to ask is, appears to me that looking at the charges, and more particular page 16 of 23, the paragraphs that we just covered, 55 through 60.
Paragraphs 55 through
The first paragraph is basically your position that Sporl is engaged in conduct which brings disrepute and reflects adversely upon City of Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
So if the Fire and Police Commission were to review the same evidence and come to a different conclusion, they can do that, right?
Yes.
Paragraph 56. Again, it's your position that Sporl knowingly made untruthful statements and provided false information during the course of the internal investigation, correct?
That is
what
our,
you say?
yes.
So again, it's your position, and that's something that Fire and Police Commission reviews all the evidence, it comes to a different determination, they're entitled to do that, right?
Certain.
Then paragraph 57, it's your position Sporl was insubordinate by failing to follow direct order to be truthful, forthright during an internal interview, correct?
During an investigative interview, yes.
Okay. And again, that's your position, so if the Fire and Police Commission reviews all the evidence, they come to a different determination, they're entitled to do that too, right?
Yes, sir, that is their right.
58. It is the position of Chief Smith that Sporl knowingly provided false information to Officer Kleeman during the course of an official police investigation by the Village of Hortonville. Do you see that?
Yes,
So again, that's your position.
that is my position.
And again, if on the review of all the evidence that's been presented here, if the Police and Fire Commission come with a different conclusion, they're entitled to do that too, right?
Yes, sir, that is their right.
And the same holds true for paragraphs 59 and 60. Those are your positions, and if something other than that is found based on the evidence presented in this matter to the Police and Fire Commission, they can come up, Police and Fire Commission can come up with a different determination, right?
Yes, sir, that is their right.
And you were here yesterday when DA Lassay testified that he has used Officer Sporl on cases, correct?
Was here, yes.
And he has indicated that he successfully prosecuted cases with Officer Sporl, even having the Brady letter, right?
Correct.
Now, in regard to the Hortonville incident, I know you're concerned with truth, and you should be. Lieutenant Ramos did a thorough investigation, and there's nothing that has been learned other than what he knew back in 2015 prior to Officer Sporl being hired. So my question to you is, if Ramos knew that, and you came to a different conclusion that Ramos was wrong, and you were correct that Officer Sporl lied to the people in Hortonville, have you done anything with Lieutenant Ramos in regard to his opinion being different? Have you disciplined him?
I have to disagree with your question, because you said at the very beginning that nothing has been learned other than what Lieutenant Ramos knew at the time. And that's not correct. We've learned very much about this incident that Lieutenant Ramos failed to investigate. And that was learned by our detective, our investigators, following up on that piece of information and doing the things that I would have asked Lieutenant Ramos to do had I been here when he did that investigation.
Okay, it's a topic of a discussion in that appears to me that really all that's been proven through your PSD investigation of this is the incident report that was previously there. The officer that testified today didn't say anything other than what was in his report. Ms. Shue couldn't say anything other than, I heard motorcycles go by.
I would disagree with that assessment, sir.
You and I have a disagreement, and that's up to the Police and Fire Commission to make a determination.
Okay.
But to make conclusory statements that you've been making throughout this matter, as if there's nothing to review, that's where I have a problem. This commission has the ability to review all this evidence and make its own determination. You agree with that, right?
I completely agree with that, but I don't think I was making that determination. I don't get to make this decision. That's exactly why we're here, sir.
Now, in regard to Lieutenant Ramos, would it be a rule violation to knowingly know somebody's made a lie, but to not report it to the chief, or to report it to his commander, or to provide it to somebody in the department so that it could be disciplined?
If I had a supervisor that knew that someone had lied to them, I would expect them to bring that forth to me.
And you knew that Lieutenant Ramos, in reviewing this, had said Paul's statement doesn't match with what the officer in Hortonville has said. But he didn't make a determination that Paul's lying and the officer in Hornville's telling the truth.
Well, I wasn't the chief at the time that conversation happened. That happened between Chief Lewis, I believe, and Lieutenant Ramos prior to my being assigned here.
And you haven't gone back and said to Lieutenant Ramos, you allowed this lie to get into this building, so I'm disciplining you. You haven't done that, have you?
Not yet.
You don't intend to either, do you?
I'd certainly intend to have that conversation with him.
You intend to discipline Lieutenant Ramos?
I don't know if I'm going to discipline him, but I certainly am going to have a conversation with him about the quality of his investigation that led us to this point.
Do you feel that that's a potential violation of rules?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to have that conversation with him and have to look into it.
And if this police and fire commission determines that, in fact, this is overstated and there's nothing untruthful or evasive that reaches the rule violation of being intentionally deceitful or untruthful, would you still have that same conversation with Lieutenant Ramos?
I intend to have a conversation regardless of what the police commission finds today. And my conversation is going to be about the quality of the interview that was done and why there was a lack of follow-up when there seems to me there were some pretty obvious things and pretty obvious questions that needed to be asked, which would have prevented us from getting to this point.
And that's why the PSD never interviewed Lieutenant Ramos as part of this investigation?
I didn't ask PSD to interview Lieutenant Ramos as part of this investigation.
Did you direct the investigation as to who to interview?
Generally, they, because of the number of investigations that we have going, and I trust them to basically follow where the leads take them. And I certainly oversee it, but I don't direct them on a day-to-day basis of who they're going to interview.
And just so that I have the date straight, Exhibit A we presented a little bit earlier, which shows that in June 2017, you issued a 5-day suspension on Officer Sporl for a taser incident that occurred in February of 17?
I believe it was June 23rd that discipline was issued to him, and I believe he appealed it on July 10th.
Okay. And then on July 23rd, he starts his suspensions, 23rd through the 27th. So off on suspension. The 26th of July, in the middle of that, is when you get the Brady letter?
I don't recall the exact date, but that sounds reasonable.
And then on July 31st is when the actual administrative leave gets issued on Officer Sporl.
Yes.
And you can't recall exactly when it was you would have sent DA Lassay information regarding the December 28, 2016 interview or the January 29th, 2017 interview to review.
I believe it was in the spring sometime, and I believe he had it for a considerable period of time, but I don't recall the exact date we sent it over.
And you sent it over to DA Lassay at that time, but you'd never notified or Officer Sporl that I'm going to find you untruthful on these things?
I don't typically notify them until the investigation is completed.
But you felt it was completed enough to send it to the DA to get a Brady letter?
You know, I felt ethically, because of the stuff that I was seeing and the fact that we've got our investigation to a certain point, I felt ethically obligated to the people out there that he would be testifying against, that the district attorney needed to know that.
And you didn't pull him from the street at that point either, did you?
No, sir.
Although you sent the material to DA Lassay?
Correct.
Then you had the Laddermill hearing on August 7th regarding this matter.
I believe it was August 7th.
Charges ultimately get issued on March 14th. Okay. Just want to make sure I have the dates down correct.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
I have no questions for Chief Smith.
Okay, any questions of the commission?
I do.
Yeah, I do too, so.
Okay, you go first.
All right.
Yeah, you-
Chief, you testified that you had about a half dozen cases where you've sent information to DLSA's office for consideration of Brady letters. How many of those have resulted in actual Brady letters?
3.
Okay, so 3 to 6, all right, thank you.
My question, there was a question that you believed that a considerable amount has, and I don't want to misclassify, but some additional, there's been some new information that has come up in regard to the Hortonville incident that we didn't know at the time Ramos was there. Can you give me some specifics on what you think is new?
I think what's new is the information that Judy Shu provided about the speed. I think what's new is the fact that Officer Ramos testified that when he talked to Paul Sperl on the phone, he initially lied to him outright about the incident, and we got some more information on that specifically. I guess those would be the two things right up.
I believe, for correcting the record, I believe the chief said Officer Ramos, and Officer Ramos talked to Officer Sporl, or Mr. Sporl. I believe you meant Officer Kleeman.
It is, I have a friend named Chad Ramos, so, yeah. Kleeman would be the officer, yes, sir.
Okay, so the other, okay.
So the information from Officer Kleeman that they got in their interview, talking about the speed, talking about the head turns, that type of thing, I think that was insightful for us with respect to what happened on that incident that day.
That's all I have. Anyone else? You have some more?
Is there some reason why Lieutenant Ramos isn't here testifying? Just a decision? He's still employed by the...
Yes, sir. No, he's still employed, yes, sir. He's no longer in Professional Standards Division, he's assigned to the Patrol Division.
Nothing further, thanks.
Any redirect?
Nothing.
Recross?
Nope.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chief.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. I think, Attorney Glia, prior to your next witness, we'll take a break. So-
We have no further witnesses at this time.
Oh,
We've
okay.
already offered all of our exhibits.
Okay, all right.
Rest.
Then ideal time for a break
Thank you.
prior to defense, so.
We'll be brief, thank you, but yeah, I'd like a break.
Yes, okay.
Thanks.
Let's go until 1:15.
Thank you.
Prior to the break, Attorney Glia noted that he'd completed his case, so now it's time for the defense.
Thank you. This time we're going to call Officer Jeremy Bilski to stand.
Yes, right up here. Officer Bilski, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Great, thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Jeremy, Jeremy, last name Bilski, Bilskey.
Officer Bilski, you can have a seat there, and in front of you, the attorneys may refer to exhibits, and that will be in the large binder, and then a copy of the charges are next to that for your use. Attorney Redco.
Thank you. Officer Bilski, how long have you been employed by the Green Bay Police Department?
It'll be 7 years in August.
Okay. And as I understand it, you're also a union representative?
Correct.
How long have you been a union representative?
About a year and a half now, year and a half, something like that.
And as your duties and responsibilities as a union rep, can you tell us some of the things that you're required to do?
It's a wide variety of things for serving grievances, maybe for legally contractual violations, bargaining with the administration in the city for the rights of police officers that we have, and also representing for any sort of discipline for other officers in the department.
Do you receive any kind of training at all in regard to representing officers during investigatory hearings?
Some, not a whole lot though.
Okay. As part of that training, are you told somewhat the standards that are required in regard to the procedure for how an interview is to go?
Yeah. You mean for like an internal investigation interview?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You want me to explain like what
Yes, please.
So for the internal investigation interviews, the union rep is merely there to make sure everything kind of stays in order. Nothing, the officer doesn't get out of line or maybe get them back on track. We can call like a timeout or something to kind of refocus them if they think it's going down maybe a different path and stuff like that.
You'd consider it pretty important to have a union rep at any investigatory interview?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Now, in regard to Paul Sporl, do you know Paul?
I do.
How is it that you know Paul Sporl?
I work with them on night shift.
So you work third shift also?
Yes.
And in regard to Paul Sporl, did you ever sit with him as a union representative on any of his issues that he's had with the city?
Yes, a couple.
Do you recall being involved at all with the Taser incident?
I did sit with him for his lot mill and also when he received his discipline.
And the Laudermill would have occurred. The discipline, just so you're aware, a letter was issued June 23rd, 2017, in which the chief said you've got a 5-day suspension. Those 5 days are July 23rd through 27th. How much in advance of that do you believe the Laudermill would have occurred?
It was probably a month maybe. I guess I'm not 100% sure on the actual date on that, but I know it was maybe a month.
Okay, sometime in May?
Yeah.
And during that interview, do you recall what it was that the chief would have said at the end of the interview?
There was a thing that was said that he advised Paul that he was going to be getting some days off most likely out of this, and another statement of saying, let's just move on from this.
So at that time, it didn't seem like there was any indication that Paul was going to be terminated, or?
No.
Okay. Now, moving fast forward a little bit, around August 7th, there would have been another Laudermill hearing after Paul was placed on administrative leave on July 31st. You would have been the union representative that would have been with him at that Laudermill?
Yeah.
And subsequent to that, an investigation was started into Paul's background regarding the Hortonville incident. Did you have an opportunity to work with Paul at all in regard to the Hortonville incident?
The only thing I did with Paul for that was sit with him when he reviewed his background video. Our attorney, Sumelli, did kind of the rest with that short portion of it.
So when you were sitting with Paul to review the information the department had on him regarding the Hortonville incident after this matter had proceeded ahead, this particular case proceeded ahead, when would that have occurred?
You're asking
when you and Paul would have sat and reviewed the Hortonville incident?
Yeah, that was, I guess, several months after he got put on administrative leave.
Okay, so sometime last fall of 17.
Yeah, probably somewhere around there.
And what was it that you recalled during Paul's course of reviewing material as to whether or not a squad video had been in existence?
Yeah, there was something brought up about dash cam video, and I asked if we could review that, and they said that they don't have it with them, but they reviewed it in Hortonville, and it was down at the department down there.
So they told you it actually existed and they viewed it?
Yeah, they said they had seen a dash cam video of it.
Do you recall who had mentioned that?
I don't recall 100% because I think there was a couple people around. I'm not exactly sure. I believe it might have been Lieutenant Allen, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. So in any impression, they gave you and Paul the belief that a video camera from that squad video of the incident was in existence?
Yes.
And they saw it?
That's what they had said, yeah.
Okay. Now, working night shift, there's been a lot of testimony in regard to what a problem was going on night shift, and you worked night shift for how long?
Ever since I've been here, so almost 7 years now.
Okay.
Besides my training, so 6.5, I guess.
What were your observations of what occurred on night shift in regard to general atmosphere and things?
I thought the atmosphere was fine, me personally, I guess. I mean, obviously there's different views of that, but I didn't think there was a whole lot of issues going on that maybe some I didn't obviously know about, but from my personal opinion, there wasn't.
Now, there's been references made that there's a group of 5 or 6 really bad guys that work third shift, and that, did you get that impression?
No, not personally, I guess. There's, I mean, a group of guys that were maybe closer friends, but I didn't see them as a bad group of guys, I guess.
Did you have the opportunity to interact with Paul Sporl while he was on the job?
Yes.
In working with Paul, did you ever make any observations that he was one of these 5 or 6 guys that was a problem child?
No, not at all.
What kind of officer was Paul Sporl based on your observations?
When I worked with Paul, which was, you know, I worked with him 2 days a week, and I never had an issue with Paul. He's a good cop. He worked hard. He had good integrity out on the road. I never personally seen him treat anybody wrong. So anytime I've had was on a call with Paul or just interacting with Paul, it's always been a good interaction.
Now, there are allegations that Paul's untruthful, evasive, and trying to protect his buddies. Did you ever notice Paul trying to protect anyone that worked on third shift, based on your observations?
Not with my interactions, no.
And based on your interactions, did you ever observe him being untruthful,
No,
evasive?
no.
What are you? Strike that. I think that's all I have, thank you.
Cross?
May I have 2 minutes?
Sure.
Thanks. Officer Bilski, just a few quick questions.
Sure.
In follow-up to that meeting that you were present at involving the Laudermill hearing from the Admiral Court incident,
Yeah, yep,
you recollect that?
yep.
And you had testified that Chief Smith had made a comment on move on from this. Did you ever have any follow-up discussion with Chief Smith regarding that comment?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Next question. With regard to the background meeting that you had with Paul Sporl, you indicated that you also had a meeting with maybe representatives from the PSD, correct?
It wasn't so much a meeting, I guess. I think it was right in the hallway, and maybe it was in the room yet. But
And you had testified that they indicated they had reviewed dash cam video?
yeah, that's what I was told. They had seen dash cam video of the incident.
Now, you just said that's what you were told. Told by who?
Like I said, I'm not 100% sure because I think there was several people on there. Like, it might have been Lieutenant Allen, but I don't want to put 100% on that.
Okay. So you're aware that there's no dash cam video that exists, correct?
I was told that about an hour ago, I guess.
Okay. Have you ever reviewed the Hortonville police report?
It might have been in the background when I was with Officer Sporl.
Okay. Let's turn to the exhibit book in front of you, exhibit number 21. Not my witness may approach.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Within the report itself, if you'd like to take a look at it, can you identify whether the report indicates that there is dash cam footage? And if you'd like, it's on the second page of the report narrative itself.
part that said this incident was recorded.
Yep, could you read that, please?
The incident was recorded and the CD will be placed in evidence.
Now, you have not been here for the entire testimony of the
No.
proceedings, correct?
Right.
Okay. I'll apprise you that there's been testimony received that the footage no longer is available from Hortonville. Going back to this discussion that you indicate occurred, could it have been said to you that there was a CD and they were going to review it?
No, what I heard was that they had reviewed it at the Hortonville Police Department, because I asked to look at it, and they said it was down at the Hortonville Police Department, and they had reviewed it.
Okay. Did you make any effort to go get that CD?
No, not me personally. I passed it along to our attorney, but
Did the union make any effort to go get that CD?
that's my knowledge, no.
Okay. That's all I have to.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Redirect? Okay.
Nope.
Anything from the commission? All right, thank you, Officer Matsky.
Can I get my next witness?
Yes. Straight up here? Yep. right up here. Sergeant Metzger, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the court report?
Mike Netzger, K-N-E-T-Z-G-E-R.
And Sergeant Metzger, in front of you is a booklet. Those are a listing of exhibits, and there's the charges underneath those, so the attorneys may be referring to those as the question.
Sergeant Metzger, I'm sorry, the K is silent, thank you. Can I have you turn to tab 4 on the booklet up there and turn the page? You'll find that it's an internal investigation. Second interview with Paul Sporl, January 29th, 2017.
Okay.
It looks like you were his union rep at that hearing, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Before we get into that, I just wanted to make sure you were on that page. How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
Since January of 1997.
And as a Green Bay police officer, did you become a union representative at some point?
Yes.
When did that occur?
I've been a union rep twice, but my most recent service ended in late 17, early 18. And it was a 2 or 3 year term, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. Now, you've also noticed that you're a sergeant. When did you become a sergeant with the Green Bay Police Department?
96 hours ago. It's Monday.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you your duties and responsibilities. Prior to becoming a sergeant 96 hours ago, were you assigned to a late power shift?
Yes, yep, 7 p.m. to 3:30 a.m.
And so you overlap in your work times with the night shift, right?
Yes.
As a union representative and representing Paul back on January 29th, 2017, do you recall the nature of that particular interview?
I believe, and I'm also reviewing the record, that it was about some MDT messages that were sent.
And in that regard, do you recall during the course of that interview what was discussed about the MDT messages that Paul Sporl would have sent?
I can only recall generically without reviewing the entire record, but it was generically about some messages that Paul had sent or came from his terminal, and that the ones that were pointed out to him, he explained and accepted responsibility for. That's my recollection of it.
And in regard to those MDT messages, there were things where he said the word WTF, and that was considered to be obscene or a swear word?
Without seeing it on paper, I just have to assume that that is in the record and that would be accurate.
Okay. And that he used the word hell in one, and that was considered profanity.
If that's in the record, yes.
And he said shit in another one that was considered profanity. right?
Yes, if that's in the record, absolutely.
Now, during the course of reviewing these MDTs, was there any other issue other than some obscenities?
Sitting here today, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, in regard to your observations of being a patrol officer and having worked on the late power shift with the night shift guys, those overlapping hours of 4 hours a night, do you recall working with Officer Sporl?
Yes, occasionally.
And what kind of officer was Officer Sporl based on your observations?
In the calls that I can remember working with him, and I primarily work in District D, he worked in C for the most of the time, so it's right next door, so we would occasionally go on calls together, that he was professional, and I enjoyed going on calls with him.
Did you make any observations of a group of guys on third shift that seemed to be not quite with the program, but acting somewhat derelict in how they treated other people around them?
Well, as a union rep, I eventually became aware of that, yes.
Did you have those observations when you were at work?
There were a couple of observations that I had, and as a union rep, I reported them.
Okay. And in that regard, was any of those reports about Paul Sporl?
Not to my recollection.
In regard to Paul Sporl, did you ever find him ever to be untruthful?
No, I did not.
Did you ever find him to be evasive in dealing with people?
No, not on the calls that I was on it with, no.
Did you ever find that he just simply was trying to protect people that he was close to in the department?
Not in the context of calls for service, no.
Okay. So you wouldn't suspect that Paul would have ever been accused of trying to hide information to protect people that were doing harassing things at work?
No, I did not have that information available to me in the context of the questions that you're asking.
Okay. And yet you were one that would have said, there's some bad behavior here on third shift and I'm reporting it.
If I became aware of it, absolutely.
Okay. As you should.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions?
Russ?
Sergeant, next, real quick, going back to January 29, 2017.
That's the interview, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You've served this agency for more than 20 years?
January of '97, so yes.
If one of your fellow sworn law enforcement officers calls an African-American officer a JNBN, would that stand out to you?
In the context of what I know it to be now, absolutely.
And if at the time you knew what it meant, would it stand out to you?
Yes, it'd be very upsetting.
What would you do as an officer if that occurred?
In my role as an officer or a union rep?
In your role as an officer?
Well, my role as an officer, and I'm also an instructor in professional communications. The first thing I would do is an officer override, because that is completely unacceptable. Address it with the officer directly itself, and in the context of the event that is occurring, officers are going to have to report that, and I would report it.
Would you consider that to be somewhat of a remarkable event occurring in your career if that occurred to you?
I would think so, yes.
If you were asked questions during an internal investigatory interview as a witness about harassment, bullying, and intimidation, would an event of that nature be something that you would report if asked if there was any harassment going on during the shift?
If I was aware of it, absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Sergeant, have you ever sat through an internal interview with a person that you're representing and they've been asked questions that they just can't recall, but over time, given more information, they recall the answer?
I would only be speculating on answer to that. I've not sat through a lot of internal interviews. So I cannot think of a practical example that aligns with that. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this way. If in fact somebody was asked a question, they can't remember it, but they're given some facts, and then they remember it, is that untruthfulness?
Well, context is everything, and based upon my background, oftentimes when people are provided with additional information, it can sometimes help with their recollection, but that's just the nature of human memory.
Would you find it fair, somebody that doesn't have a recollection of events and then is given more information, then recalls the events and provides testimony about it, to be charged with untruthfulness and then found guilty of untruthfulness?
Well, again, scenario dictates everything in the context of your question. So I would think with instances in the field, if we look at it from a law enforcement perspective, there are cases where in those scenarios, people are issued citations for obstructing, and then there are cases where people are not. So it's very fact-specific.
So it's your opinion, or from what I gather based on your testimony, it's up to a fact finder to make that determination.
I would agree with you.
Okay. No other questions?
Nothing further.
Okay, anything from the commission? I just had one, Sergeant Etzker, would you tell us more about officer override, define how that works?
Well, what an officer override is, in its most pure sense, is an officer is engaged in some sort of communication or interaction with somebody, and that interaction is not going well. That interaction could be because there is some sort of negative perception between the officer and the subject, or vice versa. There's not a connection there. Or maybe the officer is using language that they shouldn't be, whether it's vulgarity and inappropriateness. And as a secondary officer standing by, we expect our officers to kind of put a hand on the chest and say, let me try, and remove them, because oftentimes people are too emotionally impacted in the event.
Okay, so that's more peer-to-peer than a supervisor?
Oh, well, I would expect supervisors to do it too, absolutely.
Yeah, but you expect peers to do that?
Absolutely. Yes.
All right, okay. Any other direct or cross after that?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Metzger.
At this point, I'd request a short break,
Okay?
if you don't mind.
Yes, how much time would you like?
If I could have 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
And then let me just, or are we going to be going into closing comments, or are you potentially going to call some more witnesses?
That's what, I want to chat with my client for a
Okay,
second.
very good. All right.
I'm probably going to be resting, but I just want to double check a few things before
Okay.
I do that.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break now. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'm going to close. So we're done with our witnesses.
Okay. Then that brings me, would the attorneys like some time to prepare your closing arguments? You want to go right into those? What is your desire?
The commission's been gracious with its time. My preference would be to get things over with. I know that people have plans the rest of the day. So if we can do that and be brief, that'd be fine.
Okay, is that your desire too?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Then,
I'll be very brief. There are two matters before the commission. They're intertwined in the concept of the important responsibility of being truthful and honest. They're separate investigations. If you make a finding in either investigation of untruthfulness, Chief Smith believes that you must terminate Officer Sporl's employment. You've watched the December 28 interview. Put yourself in Lieutenant Gehring, put yourself in Lieutenant Wesley's shoes. When you have an officer who has very significant information that if any of us heard a peer say that about another peer, would be something that would stick out to us and that we would immediately report when we were told at the inception of a witness interview that we are being asked questions and we are ordered to be truthful and complete about harassing, bullying, and intimidating behavior. When an individual is using racist terms, that must trigger something in someone's mind to immediately come forward with that information and not to wait until a latter part of the interview, after maybe your recollection has been refreshed. Although I question whether that's what was occurring. Because if you watch that interview again, you will see significant defense of the friends of Officer Sporl, Lieutenant Korth, and Officer Masiak. And you'll see Lieutenant Wesley have to feed information to Officer Sporl about things like a Walker Walk, something that if you saw that about one of your peers would also stick out to you. That investigation necessitated that Officer Sporl be honest and forthright. If he was, we wouldn't be here today. During the January 29th interview, an hour and a half into that interview, we learn about the JNBN comment and about it being reflected upon Officer Walker. Again, information that to be 3.5 hours into interviews to finally come out is intolerable. That's violating orders, it's untruthfulness, it's unbecoming conduct, it's a violation of the policies and rules of the department. After those investigations were completed, the district attorney was properly notified pursuant to the Brady policy. A Brady letter has been issued. You've heard Dave Lassay testify that there were 2 prosecutions that he chose not to pursue because of that Brady letter. That is a consequential impact upon this community and the public safety efforts of this law enforcement agency. That's 2 people who won't get justice. After Chief Smith received the Brady letter, Officer Sporl was promptly put on administrative leave. He was promptly afforded his Laudermill hearing to provide any final explanations of his conduct. And Chief Smith also then followed his Brady policy, and they initiated a review of the personnel records of Officer Sporl. That review spurred another internal investigation because Officer Sporl's statements involving what happened on that Hortonville incident to Lieutenant Ramos just didn't add up to the background and to the investigators from the PSD. They had every right to disagree with Lieutenant Ramos's conclusion. And you heard Chad Kleeman testify today that he saw Paul Sporl speed, slow down, look back, slow down, and then take off. And if you can find that that's consistent with the information in the August 10 and August 11 interviews of Paul Sporl, the PSD and Chief Smith do not see it that way. They believe that Officer Sporl violated the directives issued to him during the hiring process to be truthful and forthright, and specifically with that very strong admonition. And I encourage you to read that. There's a lot of good documents in this exhibit packet. Exhibit 9, the Brady letter, Exhibit 14, the letter from the city attorney. But that statement read by Chad Ramos is profound. It tells an officer, if you lie, you're done. One lie can break a career. That's a warning to any officer hired by this agency that when you're here, if you lie, you may be done. And that's where we're here today. He's violated the policies. We believe that all 7 tests of just cause can be met, that he was aware of the rules and expectations of conduct. The evidence is there, that those expectations of conduct are reasonable, that those rules are reasonable, that there was a reasonable effort made to gather the facts in this matter, and that it was done in a fair and objective manner. And you heard Chief Smith testify that there's not one other person working in this agency with a Brady letter, and he's got no home for Paul Sporl here to do a job. And also that he's not aware of any other person who was engaged in untruthfulness during their background and still remains employed by this agency. And under Test 7, Paul Sporl's record of service with your department is very short. He was started here in September 28, 2015. He's been on administrative leave for almost 10 months. During that time, he earned a 2-shift suspension. Now, you've heard testimony today about the 5-shift suspension. I'm not going to ask you to consider that. That's not in the charges. That matter in and of itself, there's a question as to whether it was properly appealed. But as it relates, though, he has a 2-shift suspension on his record. And there wasn't anything else put into the record today showing that there's anything remarkable about Paul Sporl. But needless to say, it doesn't matter, because Chief Smith testified that regardless if Paul Sporl's record of service was impeccable, he lied, he violated orders, he engaged in the unbecoming conduct, and accordingly as such, there's no place for him in this organization. He must be removed. I want to thank the Commission for dedicating the time and attention to this matter. I know that you have a lot to deliberate over. The documents that are here in front of you provide a lot of very detailed information, as well as the video recordings that will answer the questions that you have. One final note. Chief Smith and the PSD investigators that testified believed that Officer Sporl was untruthful. District Attorney Lassay testified that he felt that Paul Sporl was not truthful. Sure, the commission bears its own discretion in this matter, but the evidence is overwhelming that Paul Sporl was dishonest on multiple occasions, and if you find in either investigation, then he must be terminated for the good of the police service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time and patience to this matter. It means a lot to my client, Paul Sporl. His career is on the line. And there's been several matters that have been made clear throughout this hearing that you are charged with watching the video and in reviewing the evidence yourselves. The chief over and over and over and over again claims untruthfulness, this, that, and the other thing. Nothing really specific, just conclusions. Let's review the evidence a little bit more in detail. First of all, December 28, 2016, the first interview occurs, and at that time, Officer Sporl was asked to give an interview before the Internal Affairs Division. And at that time he said, it's put to him, you're not a target, we just want information. You saw the interview. You saw how combative that interview got and how quick that combativeness got. Officer Sporl was a new officer at that time, a little over a year on the job. Felt intimidated, he was stressed, he was trying to provide the answers, and under that situation, a person's mind just doesn't recall all the facts that a person would otherwise remember. Additional information is provided, he comes up with the answers, and they're truthful answers. Not once do they say you provided a non-truthful answer with the additional facts provided. Instead, they go back to, we asked you this question earlier, and here's how you answered it, and then later on you offered this information which shows that earlier answer where you said you didn't recall is untruthful. If that's the case, then everybody can be found untruthful, and there isn't going to be a single officer working in Green Bay. And what I mean is, imagine this. Imagine we go through an investigatory interview in the future. Somebody's asked a question, and I can't recall. Okay, well, let me give you some facts. That officer, going forward, if you in fact find that a non-truthful act of what's occurring here for Paul Sporl, that officer in the future would be wise to say, even if he remembers, I don't recall. Because if he provides any answer, he's untruthful, and that's an automatic termination. If that's the way you guys want to rule this. I don't believe that's the way it should be ruled, and I don't think that complies with the rules. Moreover, Paul Sporl, at the end of the interview, it's very telling. Lieutenant Wesley and Lieutenant Gehring, who both testified in this matter, at the end of the interview, they were telling Paul, you've got real leadership qualities. That's why you were hired here. When we leave here and we come back here for coffee at Christmas or something, we expect to see you in a sergeant or lieutenant position. You might even get chevrons and things like that. In the past, it used to take 15 years. Now it takes 3 years. They talked to him about what a great guy he was and what an impressive military career he had. And he is a good guy. And the other guys that have testified here today said their interactions working with him are good. He's a good worker. He works hard. And he's truthful. He wasn't one that was making any harassing comments against any of his fellow officers. He wasn't one that was discriminating against anyone. The worst that can be said about Paul is that he was untruthful and somehow is making up, the defense or the city's making up a claim that he's victim. Forget the term, but trying to protect victim or trying to victim bash. And he's also trying to protect people who have done bad things because they're his friends. Go through those questions, go through the evidence. He's not protecting anyone, he's offering information. New information they didn't even know. Is that somebody who's trying to protect somebody and to hide the evidence? I don't think so. It's somebody who's getting a memory and a recollection of what's occurring and talking about events. After he's been made stressed, felt intimidated, told he's going to be fired, told this, that, and the other thing. you're gonna find Officer Sporl did what anybody would do, and he was truthful. There isn't anything in here that ends up, in the end of the day, being untruthful. Now, let's talk about the January 29th incident. By this time, they at least give him notice that, yeah, you better have a union representative at this one. Well, that was in regard to the MTD messages, which apparently was also part of the investigation into the harassment. And they warned him in advance, you better tell us if you sent anything out that was derogatory toward any female, minority, and if you don't, you're in big trouble. Well, Paul's like, I did, I promise I didn't. Well, guess what, he didn't. He did say some things that were not professional, and he got punished for those. He got 2 days. But the worst they could find were swear words in his MDT messages. Now let's move on. He then gets involved into a taser incident in February of 2017, an incident that apparently somebody makes a claim over 5 or 6 officers involved in this incident. Everybody's investigated. Now, at that particular time, we've now got testimony that the chief sat down and talked to Paul with the union representative present and said, yeah, I'm going to issue some days over this. We'll move on from it. You know, no big deal. This is in, don't forget, this is in May. Now, if the incident in December and January was such a big deal, why is it in May we're still talking about, I'll give you a few days on this, we'll move on. And he leaves him on this street the entire time. The chief leaves Officer Sporl on the street the entire time, working as a full-duty officer. If it was such a big deal that he lied in December or January, District Attorney Lissay has already said, I would have pulled him from the street. You can't have a liar out there because you can't allow him to prosecute. And guess what? District Attorney Lissay came in and testified in regard to the Brady letter too. Yeah, I still use Paul. There's certain cases I will use Paul. It's not my typical Brady letter where I'm excluding him from all testimony or all operations. There's times I'm going to use Paul, and he has. And successfully, they've convicted people on cases Paul's worked on. There's been 2 instances where his office has decided not to charge. 2. And that's his decision, we're not charging. It wasn't because, you know what, Officer Sporl is such a liar here, we're not going to do that. So to say that 2 victims in the city of Green Bay have been denied justice because of Officer Sporl, that's an out-and-out overstatement. An out-and-out overstatement, like this entire case has been overstated. We need to get to the fact and have some rational people look at this and determine what the actual truth is. The other thing I want to talk about is June 27th. It was on that date that the chief decides I'm going to issue the official discipline. It's a 5-day discipline for the taser incident. That is something that was given to Officer Sporl. He appealed it on July 10th, according to the chief. July 26th, then comes the Brady letter, and we're supposed to believe from District Attorney Lissay, the chief, although no one can present dates as to when any of this occurred, they all just say, well, it was the spring. Really? You believe that they waited till the spring to present a letter to the district attorney, and he sat on that for 3 months before he issued a Brady letter? Do you believe that? I think what really happened was they can't produce dates or times. I think what really happened was around July 10th, the chief got his appeal notice from Officer Sporl that he's appealing the 5 days and says, well, I'm going to fix that. You didn't take my word that there's only a few days here, we'll move on from this. Instead, you want to challenge this. So you know what happens then? He sends his stuff over to District Attorney Lissay, and District Attorney Lissay gets his stuff. And you know what? District Attorney Lissay got their draft report, and their draft report is different than what's in this binder because it's been identified as this being different. Report Exhibit 1, which was finalized on September 6th. only God knows what's in that report and what was told the district attorney will say. And he tried to ask him, what would the report say, what was in it? I don't really recall. I just remember the report explaining some events, and I took a look at the interviews and I came up with this conclusion, although I talked to people in my office and I called up the DOJ, and he couldn't make up his mind. I mean, it's all over the place. He's calling the DOJ. And only God knows what he told the DOJ. What information did you give the DOJ? Did you tell him that the chief has sustained any allegations? There weren't any sustained allegations. There were nothing at that point. It was nothing. Instead, we're sending a report requesting a Brady letter. In other words, let's test the waters and see if we can get that guy over at the county courthouse to issue a Brady letter. If he can, then boy, we're really moving on with this. So what happens? While he's on his suspension, the Brady letter gets issued. He's on suspension from July 23rd, July 26th, the Brady letter gets issued. What happens then on July 31st, they put him on administrative leave. And then what happens? August 7th rolls around, we have a Laudermill hearing. And at that Laudermill hearing, we find out that not a lot happens, but he's then notified for the first time that those interviews you gave in December and January, guess what? We're determining you were untruthful, and we're moving ahead with further investigation into that. And they do. They open up an incident in Hortonville based on the application. The chief says in his charges he sustained an incident about Dallas and about Hortonville. The Dallas event's been withdrawn from the charges. You're not to consider it because the chief determined that his sustaining prior untruthfulness, something that in hindsight I can't prove. Well, the Hortonville incident they stick to, and they're saying, well, we can prove that, but guess what? The Hortonville incident, nothing has been found. Not a single thing has been found. In the further investigation that wasn't known by Lieutenant Ramos before Officer Sporl was hired in Green Bay. And then during the course of that background check, when Officer Sporl goes in and looks at the information with his union rep present, what do we find out? The PSD makes an allegation, hey, yeah, we've seen that video, that squad video, we've seen it. It doesn't exist. And they knew that because they went to Hortonville in November trying to find the squad video and they couldn't find it. In fact, they offered 2 tickets to Lambeau Field for season tickets if he could find it. That's how important the squad video is. They can't find it. And they lied about it. And they lied in the summaries of these reports. I pointed out one instance. I could have spent 3 days here going through this report and looking at things, and we could have been here a lot longer looking at that, but that's your job. You need to go through there, and you need to go through these interviews. But the bottom line is just look at the interviews, give it common sense look over. Is that really untruthfulness? Is that really evasive? Did he forget a few things? Yeah. Did he remember them? Yeah. But in the end, he gave truthful answers and he offered information they had no knowledge of. So is that trying to protect a friend? No. Now, Paul Sporl is not a bad guy at all. He's a good guy. He's a hard worker. He's got a good military background. He would have been, and he is going to be, an extremely good officer for this community. He just needs to get the opportunity by this commission to move ahead. Now, and the district attorney had indicated that, yeah, if Paul is reinstated, of course, I'm going to prosecute his cases. I'll still hand out the Brady letter, but I'll also hand out your decision saying he was exonerated of the charges. You're not going to be putting any citizen in the city of Green Bay out. He's going to be able to work as a police officer. He's going to be able to prosecute cases, and he's going to do a good job for this city. He's going to do a great job. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate all of your patience. And I know that all of you have other jobs to do besides being here. So I do appreciate the time that you give to this community, to Officer Sporl, and to the police department. We appreciate it, and unfortunately, you have more work to do because you gotta look at these videos and you gotta make decisions. From our perspective, it's not as easy as the chief makes it sound with these conclusions of untruthfulness, evasiveness. It's not that easy. You gotta look at it, look at the context, look at the circumstances. Was he lying? No. Was he stressed? Yes. Was he somewhat forgetful because of his stressfulness and feeling of intimidation? Yes. That happens. Was he apologetic? He sure was. He wants to be a police officer here in Green Bay. He wants to please people. He wants to work well. He's not one that's going to slough this off and just ignore it. But he's one that wants to please and work hard. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Where do we go from here? We've concluded the evidentiary portion from the two sides. As both of you pointed out, there's still a significant amount of information for us to pour through, some videos to look at. So at this point, we'll recess the evidentiary portion of the hearing, although we do reserve the right to go back to the attorneys or some of the witnesses if we need clarification as we go through things. We will likely, we'll discuss it later on when we go into closed session. We will likely cancel tomorrow morning's appointment as we look at what our workload is going to be. So at this point, I thank everyone. I'll release the group. We'll go into closed session. We'll likely adjourn the meeting out of closed session, and then again, we may be back in touch for more information prior to formally closing the hearing and beginning the formal deliberations to make our decisions. Any questions or anything else from either group?
The time that the commission renders a decision in this matter, will the commission be holding a formal hearing that requires attendance of all the parties? Or will telephonic appearance be acceptable, or will the commission just simply issue a decision?
Well, what would be your preference? In the past, we've done both ways. We've made a presentation, and we've done it via email.
Ultimately, I believe it's up to the commission. For my
Well,
client's financial resources, my preference is to do it in as cost-efficient manner as possible.
Okay.
We'll give you notice of when we close the record, and depending on whether we think we need to have the parties here for some additional argument, additional information,
Very good.
something like that, we'll let you know. Otherwise, it's likely we'll just, after we've given you notice that we're closing the record, in the next 2-3 days, get a decision off to you.
Very good.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.